Hello! How is everybody? Welcome in. Nikki, Wolfie, hello. How we doing? Okay. I think I'm ready. I've been sitting here listening to this main menu for like 15 minutes or something. I was hoping more people would be here so that like everyone would see the beginning, because it's kind of a big deal, but it's fine. So I think it's allergies and kicking my ass. Oh, Nikki, I'm sorry you still don't feel good. Hi, Oni. Not played this game. Nice to see how it is. Yeah, I'm excited. I played, as you can see, I played for 2 hours and 13 minutes back in May. And then I was like, nope, I want to play this on stream. I think it's too good. Okay. Hi, Tori. Hi, Dave. Welcome in. How are you? I love the music. I wish I understood it.
If you're gonna give someone flowers, you should probably do it before they wither and die.
What, the flower? Or Sophie?
Ooh, dark. Sophie would approve. Hey, you said it, not me. The others are waiting for you. You're supposed to be helping with the festival.
With what? Putting up 3 tables? They'll manage.
You underestimate Lumiere's enthusiasm for the expedition. There's at least 5 tables.
Marvelous.
Have you tried throwing with your other arm instead? If you could hit the paintress directly, that would actually be useful.
You know, hobbies don't always have to be useful. I'm enjoying the uselessness of today and readying my usefulness for tomorrow. And soon, I'll get to do a lot more than throw rocks.
That's what all the other expeditions said.
Hey, you know they gave their lives to lay the trail for us, right?
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
Yeah.
You still got a flower to give, no?
Yes. Just... I'm not sure how to start. After 4 years apart, what do I say to her on the day of her gamage?
You're asking me? I don't know. Sun's about to set, so be direct. Hey, Soph, been a while. Could we...
Lumiere. On the day of her gommage. Yeah, so I actually do know what gommage is. It's like a like a scrubbing. I don't know how to explain it. Like a flower for Sophie. Take it? Yes. What is this game about? Okay, so I do know the overarching story from like the description of the game. So in the distance over there, if you can see, it says the number 34. It's very hard to see, but it says the number 34. That is where this being known as the Paintress is. And every year she paints a number onto this monolith or whatever. And everybody who is that age is wiped from existence. But it's a countdown. So it's on 34 right now, and it's about to count down to 33. So it's called Expedition 33 because we're about to go on an expedition to stop the Paintress from being able to paint another number again. But it's going to count down to 33 in a moment. So, like, everybody who's 33 years old is about to, like, be, like, erased, basically.
All right, let's go. I'll accompany you there. Are you ready to see her again?
Yeah. Been ready.
So the other thing that's kind of cool, I don't know if anyone recognizes these voices, but the girl is the voice of Shadowheart from Baldur's Gate 3, and the guy is Charlie Cox, who is Daredevil in the Marvel Universe. How do
I set
run?
up these grapple shortcuts. Nice, huh?
Can I
Don't
run?
tell your sister, though. I sort of borrowed the hooks from the Expedition Academy.
Can I run? How
Wish
do I
I had
run?
them when I was working as a courier. Come on, Gustav, speed up a bit.
I'm trying
Sophie
to.
will have already gamaged by the time you've arrived.
My head.
I'm trying to run. How do I run? I'm like clicking my sticks and stuff.
Can't believe Sophie already turned 33. She looks so much younger than you.
And apparently Sophie is his
She's
ex-girlfriend?
popular. I'm sure she already has a necklace full of flowers.
I can imagine.
There's a 70s sci-fi movie called Logan's Run about a conclave of civilization lives, but when you turn 30, a jewel in your hand lights up and you're marked for death. That's crazy. I don't think I've seen that, honestly. It is definitely Shadowfire, yeah.
What?
You look tense.
Yeah,
It looks like Robert Pattinson. It looks so much like Robert Pattinson, but it's not.
I know what you need. A little jewel.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Come on, it'll loosen you up. You can't go and see Sophie all somber and tense. And if you win, I'll give you something you can use with your Lumina converter.
They had glowing jewels. Oh my gosh, that's cute.
You're on.
Yes!
Yes. The world's about to end. Let's, okay, during your turn, your character can attack, aim, use a skill, or use an item. Skills consume AP. You can gain AP by performing a base attack or a parry. Okay. Okay, I see. Oh yeah, you guys can see it, okay. Timeline on the side, okay. Try attacking to gain 1 AP. Sure. I'll now attack. Can I dodge? Parry? Can I dodge? Dodge, okay. Let's use a skill. Use Lumiere Assault to gain charges. Okay. Quick time events, my weakness! Yay! Cool. Well, thank you so much for giving me a easy peasy
For those who come after.
tutorial there. For
You
those
won.
who come after.
Now, don't you feel better? I see your smile. All right, now let's go
Can be
find
consumed to
Sophie.
give an additional Lumina point to a character.
I
Okay.
saw her near the red and white tree.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I run yet?
Oh, the plaza is lively.
Can't
Why
run
people
yet.
like to celebrate the gommage is still a mystery to me, but oh well.
Turn-based? Yeah, it is turn-based combat. It's reactive turn-based combat, though.
The red and white tree. I've always found it beautiful. I don't really understand. You
Why
and
can't I
Sophie
run?
broke up so long ago. But clearly you never got over her. Why'd you wait until today to say something? It's a bit late, isn't it? ...
... Oh, magic rope. Cool. Oh, it's pretty.
The last few days meant everything.
Can we talk?
Gustav. I love you all.
Dude, imagine knowing you're like about to die.
That's for your, if there's room.
There's always room.
The huge fucking rose. And that
You know,
now
I'm
it's
sorry.
not huge.
I
You
miss
don't need to. Okay,
You go.
you.
You know how I feel? I wish things had been... You know, I often think... Another path, you know, another future.
Still can't finish your sentences, can you?
Yep, that hasn't changed.
I missed that. I never faulted you for wanting to believe. You're fighting to change things. I understand, just... in a different world, right?
We'll break the cycle, so she can't steal anyone else's future.
Stubborn people change the world. And you are the most stubborn person I know.
He's 33.
Thank you.
That's what she has done. The flower.
Walk me to the harbor?
That's why the kids like stopped and like put their hand on their heart. So as we're walking through the plaza, you'll see people with like the flower necklaces around. That's why these are all like for sale and stuff. Press to change. Okay, this does not affect battles. Normal trash can. Okay. Not enough people to wear them anymore. The one thing I don't understand is like, okay, so they're like, oh, there's not enough people to wear them anymore. Everyone has died. But people still age. So just because, like, so this year the number's 33, right? So he's 32 right now. So he's not 33 yet, so he's alive, right? So then he's going to turn 33, but next year the number is going to be 32. So he's going to still be alive. So I don't understand the logistics of this. Like, I don't understand the logistics here. Like, kids will continue to age.
Oh, hi, Sophie. So Gustav really did come, huh?
The pain tress.
Yeah, he did.
I knew he would.
Very dreamlike, yeah.
Has everybody already left?
I mean, I only, like I said, I only know like the very broad picture of no pun intended, like the broad picture of like the paintress counts down and everybody who's that age dies. That's the only thing I know because like I've been avoiding spoilers. I don't want to see anything. And like that's like just like the main description of the game like on Steam.
Yeah. Everybody's heading to the harbor. Sophie.
Looks like you still have a lot of flowers left.
Well, there are less and less people to buy them. I just wish you didn't have to wear one.
Tiffany.
I should finish cleaning up here and join everyone at the harbor.
I do like her dress. It's very cute. The pattern.
See you.
See you.
See you. No, you won't. Because I'm dying.
I can't imagine what you're going through.
I'm fine.
Why are we not boyfriend and girlfriend anymore?
I'm
You're so
fine.
handsome.
I've lived 33 good years.
That's not a
Look around. We've had our whole lives to prepare. We're all fine.
What is this?
Mostly.
I'm not fine.
You will be.
Like, what is all this gunk? We're just like not talking about it? Like, look at, like, what is all this blue? And why don't we want to talk about it? They're like, this is on PC, yeah. I'm just playing on controller. Because it recommended it. So it's mineable? Is that what I'm understanding? What is this blue gunk? See, like that lady has one on. This guy has one on. See, so suppose, I guess like all the people who have the flowers on are supposed to be gommaging. People have gathered here on their way to the harbor, reuniting one last time. Oh. It's a lot of people. Does everyone not age? I wonder if people just don't age. They get old enough to age, or they don't get old enough to age. It's crazy that she was like, I've lived 33 long years. Like, I've lived a good long life. Like, holy smokes.
Hey, you.
Hey, you.
You seem like a woman with exquisite taste. I just finished my sculpture of the legendary Esquier.
Esquier.
This may be my life's finest work, yet not a single soul seems to care. How could I make it better?
Color?
Perhaps you could paint it. Add some color.
They seem pretty sheltered at 33. I mean, their whole
Paint it.
lives have been like a countdown. Countdown, count up.
Brilliant. I knew you were the right person to ask. Thank you for your insight.
You're most welcome.
Or maybe maybe they continue to age, but they can't age past what the number is. That would be weird. I don't know.
I shall get to work tomorrow.
I want to understand the logistics, but I'm like literally barely into it.
I see you're wearing flowers. What's your name?
We'll figure it
Sophie.
out. We've got a long time.
Sophie.
We're playing like 8 hours tonight,
thank
so.
you, I shall chisel your name onto the statue.
Oh, you don't have to.
But I will.
But I will. Okay. People who are about to gommage leave their furniture so that others may use them. Examine. Sophie and Gustav examine the stuff left behind. Oh. Color of Lumina can be consumed to give an additional Lumina point to a character. Interesting. But I think Lumina points are like skill points, I'm assuming. Oh my gosh, from this angle I thought those were sausages, but it's a like rusty chain.
My gestural costume is the best. Hey, madame, do you think the gesturals really exist?
Of course they do.
That's what I think too. The others laugh, but I know they're real. One day, I will meet one, even if it means joining an expedition. I'll raise a gestural army and we'll crush the paintress. And me and my little brother will live with the gestrals and they'll be our new family. We're tired of the orphanage. If the legends are true, they really like to fight. That's why I'm training every day by beating up my little brother.
That's... yeah. You would make a great gestural.
Thanks.
Training every day by beating the shit out of my brother. Have we done everything in here? Is there really no run? There's gotta be a run. Ah, found it. Oh, how do I climb? Can I climb? I can't climb. I have to jump. Jump. Oh, I can climb. Okay. Bitches. Got it. Run is trigger, which is very strange, I feel, but whatever. Does anyone else need to talk to me? Okay, I did that. A piano? Came from that way. Yeah, I came from that way. Okay. Look at this lady. Oh, this is a man.
Oh, Sophie. What a lovely smell.
Thank you, Richard.
I could recognize it from miles away. It's good you're here, Sophie.
Wait, could
I
he
have a favor
smell
to
me?
ask of you.
Because I think he's blind.
Anything for my beloved sewing teacher?
We are of the same cohort. Today is my gommage. And my son and I had a fight last night. He said he wants to join the expedition. He wants to waste the last year of his life.
Maybe.
I didn't want that for him.
And he's got like a little pin holding his bun. He's very
I
cute.
used to think it was a bad choice.
He's a very handsome man for
Today,
being
I no longer
33.
do. I know I made a mistake. I tried to impose my views on him when he is much braver than I will ever be. So I sewed a special uniform for him. That's my last gift. Could you bring it to him?
Of course. I'll bring it to...
He won't join the Gamara ceremony, but he will be at the Expedition Festival tonight for sure. Oh, but you...
Don't worry. I'll ask Gustav.
Gustav, are you back to...
For this moment. Maybe.
I'm glad. He's a good person.
Why did they break up then?
Yes. He is.
Thanks to both of you. And see you.
See you.
I want to know why they broke up. I wonder if, like, she was like, okay, I'm 33. I gotta go. Bye. Approved for expeditions. The number of people volunteering is going down every year because everyone's dying. Oh, hi. How are you?
Why does Manon keep saying death comes to us all?
A couple bites.
You haven't heard that before?
No.
Unofficial expedition motto. You never heard Lucien say it either. It's one of his favorites.
I think he prefers, we're already dead, you're just catching up.
What's the good news?
Yeah, I heard that one.
Death comes to it all. Yeah.
I didn't
Hi, hello. Death comes to us
Kinda
all.
nice in a
Welcome.
Having a deadline forces you to prioritize. It's a bit freeing as we get closer to the end.
You can really find the silver lining in everything, can't you?
No, it's just things don't always work out the way we want. No use getting upset, you know.
Are you ready for trauma?
Use
No.
what we can, leave what we can't.
Hi, Ark. Welcome in. This may go badly then. Great. Oh my gosh, a normal trash can? Wow. I have heard that it has caused some trauma.
Hi, Gustav. You're back. Oh, did you want to pick out a different flower?
No, the one you suggested earlier was perfect.
Oh, I'm glad. These garlands are our last farewell. I want them all to feel special. I have a garland saved for you too. But it's not a farewell garland.
This fragile
It will be a
illusion could
welcome
collapse
home
into horrors at any
garland.
moment. Dave, I feel like you know more than you're letting on.
Good luck, my friend.
Thanks, Ophelia.
Some. Listen. Listen. I'll be fine. I'm sure. I'm sure nothing can go wrong. Gestures at everything.
Oh, Luna's playing.
Okay. Stop
You
stuffing
two
my
would
mouth.
make a cute couple.
If you say so.
Or maybe something already happened, huh?
Oh, Nikki, did you watch Chaos play?
You really think you're doing something, eh? out there?
Maxime. You're drunk.
Maxime. That's a cool name.
None of you ever come back. You go and you take our resources and you waste it all on a fucked up hero adrenaline fantasy. And still, she kills us.
You should go home. Where's your daughter?
Where do you think? Mourning her mother on the anniversary of her death. Of all their deaths.
Then maybe you should be with her.
I can't look at her. She's just another reminder that nothing we do matters. Nothing. We hope and we persevere, and still they die. They all die and we can't stop it. We can't save them. We bring another generation into this world just so they can watch us die before they're even old enough to understand why.
That's why we're going. We can save them. With our Lumina tech. The Paintress...
The Paintress? What? What's a scrawny shit like you gonna do to the Paintress, eh? We're already dead. You're just catching up.
Maxime.
Forget it. Bon voyage.
Wow. Normal trash can. A perfectly normal trash can. That one was different this time. What's this? Hello.
This lady truly is exquisite.
Context clues and a reader. Oh, what's this? Does the dog die? Who's the dog in the situation? Does the dog die? Does the cat die? No dogs die. Good. I'm glad. Chaos or Envoy or both? Yeah, they both played.
In love?
Yeah. Hold on. I'll show you.
Not quite. I am only in love with her art. My inspiration has been quite lacking recently.
I see.
Nobody buys paintings anymore. Just because she is called the Paintress doesn't mean painting is evil.
Your canvas seems quite empty.
I need inspiration. But you, I can see you're in love. With this fine gentleman, I suppose.
Aww.
We broke up.
Why? Why? Tell me why.
That is of no consequence in the matters of love. But it is this passion I so fiercely desire
need to know.
in my painting. I know. How about showing me a dance of love and sorrow? I am also the official painter of the opera. Will you help me? If you inspire me, you may become the main painting of Lumiere's opera.
Lumiere. Sure.
Fantastic. You may start. Here, gorgeous lady, take this paintbrush and show me your wrath.
What does that mean?
Okay, I guess.
Come on, dodge your lady's beautiful moves.
What? I have to dodge? Oh. Wait, I'm
Come
hitting
on,
dodge.
Dodge your lady's beautiful moves.
I hit it like several times. Okay. You got hit. The painter is not inspired. Try again.
Come on, dodge your lady's beautiful moves.
Oh my gosh, I'm doing it too early on the first one.
Come on, dodge your lady's beautiful moves. That was splendid. One more time. Sublime. One last time.
Ah, shit. How did you fumble through that one? I'm so bad.
That was splendid. Splendid.
Beat Gustav because he does. No, Gustav's
I
Bay.
was so enthralled
Bay
that I
Stav.
completed the
Oh my
painting in an
gosh,
instant.
look. Why did they break up?
It's nice.
I need to know.
To know something of us will remain in the world after today.
True love doesn't exist. It's a lie. No one deserves to be happy.
Thank you.
It is I who should thank you. It was a moving dance. I will propose it for the new opera painting we have to do this year.
That's actually a really cute painting.
I feel it wasn't that impressive, but okay.
Love will always be impressive. Also, take this as a gesture of appreciation. I see your not boyfriend is an expeditioner. It may prove useful.
A recoat. Oh, cool. Oh yeah, so look, Dave. Chow, 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 chow. What is this blue, though? Wait, didn't they say somebody's performing? Oh, here. Nothing?
Please.
Crash Bandicoot 4. I don't remember what the last Crash Bandicoot I played was, but I have not played all of them. For sure. Oh, guys, I got the Spyro Reignited Trilogy on sale the other day. An ordinary trash can. It's just a trash can. Another family that will be torn apart by the gommage. Oh, both of the parents. Oh, that's sad. Look, both parents have necklaces on. Oh, that's really sad.
Sometimes I feel sorry for her.
Who?
Who? The paintress?
Look
Bad
at her.
planning, exactly. I was about to
She
say,
looks
can't be with somebody the
sad.
same age as you.
Maybe she's a prisoner too. Stuck in the same cycle with us. Silly her.
Only you could choose empathy at a moment like this.
It's one of the few choices I can make.
I couldn't do it.
It's okay. You don't have to.
Hold up. I have to adjust for a second. My seat cover is like bunched. Just pull it out here. Oh. Okay. Ew, look at the peaches. What's this blue? I'm so curious by the blue stuff. An ordinary trash can. Why? I want to find a special trash can. There has to be one. Hello.
The paintress is going to punish you, you blasphemers. The gommage is our fault. We brought this upon ourselves because we dared to defy her.
Another one of these paintress worshippers. Has to ignore him.
And the OG ones 1 and 2. 4 is the spiritual successor, like they retconned. It's pretty fun. I can't. There's nothing. Oh, is it here?
You'd have to be crazy to use pictos on your own body.
Wait, why do they all have the same uniform on?
Why? Aren't you enjoying the show?
Nah, the show's great, but etching chroma onto your skin, oh, that's brutal. And just for a dance. I'll stick to painting pictos on my machines. I'm not cuckoo enough to put them on my body.
Could be useful though. The expeditions rely on them quite heavily.
Yeah, they're crazy too. But at least you can remove pictos pretty easily if you change your mind.
That's cool. Everybody acting to their forced mortality differently. True. That's terrifying. Hello?
Hello? Gustav, help!
Gustav! Uh-huh. That was a bad timing on my part. I don't know how to parry, apparently, to save my fucking life. Character from using skills. I can't use skills? Interesting. I'm just gonna dodge, I think. I'm better at it. She says as she immediately gets demolished. Don't miss this time. Yay! Strange combo. Okay, so clearly I don't know what the timing on that one is. It wasn't that I didn't parry.
Let's leave it alone, Gustav. It's dangerous.
No, I'm fighting it. Oh, we're
Gustav.
fighting it. Because I gotta learn to parry. The mind protects itself. Protect these nuts. That's the wrong button, apparently. There we go. Okay. Hand-to-hand combo. And 1, 2, 3. Okay. Yeah, that I don't know what the timing is on that one. I'll have to watch next time again. I'm not really good at timing. When the hammer's coming down. Okay. Okay, I got 3 of the 4 of them. Oh, I have overcharge. Okay.
For those who come after.
I fucking did that. Prevents the character from playing. Oh, he's stunned. Okay. I don't have any AP left. Okay. Chow. Yay, I beat a mime!
That was close.
That was close.
Thanks, Gustav.
You're
Did
welcome.
Someone built this. There's something on its body.
Yeah, that's why I said it's turn-based combat, but it's like reactionary turn-based combat. Like you can dodge or you can parry. I can't dodge or parry, but it's an option. Did I talk to this guy already?
Going to punish?
Yeah, I did. What's this? People have gathered for the homage. The paintress will soon wake. Okay, let's go to the other side. Talk to that guy. He's like, don't tattoo your body. Oh, here we go.
Oh, hi, Sophie.
Oh, Mael. I didn't expect to see you here.
Be a very long game for you? Well... So, that's Ark's way of telling me I should quit while I'm ahead.
I'm volunteering to help guide children who are losing their parents to the orphanage. Those who weren't registered for foster families.
How kind of you.
I guess I can relate.
Take care during the expedition. Gustav told me a lot of wonderful things about you.
About you two. I always told him you two should never have broken up.
Before it spoils your Elden Ring timing.
Look at these orphans.
What Elden Ring timing?
That's where we disagreed.
Why?
But I have hope that you and Gustav will change things.
Oh, he like
So no
wants
one has to go through
orphans
this
and she
impossible
doesn't.
choice again.
She didn't want to have kids because she was gonna die. I already understand.
Yeah. Let's hope we will.
See
Was that why they broke up?
In the next life.
Is that why they broke up? The Gamage is starting soon. Like every year, everyone is gathering at the harbor, waiting for her to paint a new number. Hello.
Mate, I wish I was going with ya. If we could just send a bigger force, get all of Lumiere to just throw everything we got at the bloody paintress. But my brother would kill me. His number's up soon and I'm guardian for his kid.
So it's French, because Lumiere, French. But everyone is British?
Uncle Victor. Suits you.
But Maëlle, quite the ballsy one, eh? No looking back for her. Bet she can't wait to get out of here.
Not much hesitation on her part.
Nah, hesitation was never her style.
Roma. Oh, here's a person. Come here, here's a person. Hello. Benoit.
I'll see you soon enough.
Aww.
I'll see you soon enough.
And they were roommates. The people on the dock are the ones who won't gommage. They are here to show their solidarity for those wearing flowers. But there's people right here who have flowers. This lady has flowers on. You liars. You're heckin' liars. Look at all those flower people. You heckin' liars. I'm sorry, guys. This is really serious, and I'm just trying to act tough because I'm about to cry.
Please, don't forget me.
I won't. It's useless. I promise. I'm coming.
I've seen this part. I've seen this one particular part.
I've always loved the harbor.
Paintress will awaken soon, and the gommage will start. Do you want to head to the harbor? Sure. Sophie and Gustav move towards the harbor.
I see you're apprentices.
Oh.
Gustav!
What?
Here, Sophie asked us to bring you your coat.
We sewed up the sleeves so you don't have to keep rolling it up.
You guys know how to sew?
Sophie helped us. Turns out it's not that hard. You really should have done this ages ago.
You did this?
Gentlemen, that was supposed to be between us, yeah? I wanted to do something for you.
Soph. Thanks, guys. This is great. Thank you.
See you at the festival?
Don't leave without saying goodbye.
Yeah, of course not. What? I know that face.
You mean a lot to them.
No, it's one of those it's one of those women things where she's like, I knew you wouldn't do it yourself,
Legacy
so
can
like
take
let me
many
do it
forms,
before I'm gone.
Yeah.
You told me that.
Right.
Yeah, he's younger than she is.
Why?
I wanted to see you wearing it.
Oh, you like uniforms now?
She's very pretty. Like, they did a really good job with, like, the facial capture.
This too is your legacy.
In a way. It's yours too.
I don't know yet. The piano.
I'm here.
Damn. Missed opportunity, huh, Dave? No kiss, no hug, no nothing.
There you are. You can't hide from us, you know. Like I said, mourning's best done with friends.
Lucien,
What? It is. Grieving alone's the worst.
where's mine?
Santé, les amis.
Santé.
Yeah, no, could use a drink.
I'm just here to commiserate.
5 tables this year. You see that? Told you we'd beat the 34s. Even Maëlle showed up, and she hates these things. Wanna go take a look?
I don't... maybe later. I'll catch up. I'm okay. I'm okay. You go.
Yeah. Time for a refill anyway.
There's an excess of wine, again. Thank your sister for her generosity.
Oh, and try to enjoy yourself. Don't drink alone, you weirdo.
Yeah, right. Enjoy myself.
That's crazy. The fact that there's like straight up like a festival after this is wild.
Let's at least check on Maëlle and my apprentices.
Hey, Gustav. Check out the new...
Looks a bit rough. You sure it works?
I've been working on this for months. It's my personal masterpiece.
Your personal masterpiece seems a little... unorthodox?
It's dead useful, trust me. Come on, give it a whirl.
Sure, why not?
Great. I'll trade it for 1 token.
I have 1 token. Not right now.
Not a chance.
Your loss.
Hey, Amandine. Having fun?
Oh, hey, handsome. Perfect timing. I'm styling everyone before
Okay.
we ship out.
She's
Gotta look
a vibe.
sharp when we hit the paintress, eh?
Certainly important. Can you style me up too?
On it. Just bring me a
I
token
had the feeling
first.
that they would all gonna want one. There's 3 of them lined up in a row.
Nah, I'm good. But thanks.
And then this one, let me guess, you want one for a token
Hello
too?
there, Gustav. Perhaps one of these artifacts may prove useful to your mission.
Colette, you've been holding out on us. What are these?
Relics from before the fracture, passed down through the generations. The council deemed them trinkets, but I think otherwise.
That's kind of you to share.
I may not be able to join the expedition, but I'd still like to help. 1 token is all I ask.
Ah, I should have known.
Yep, okay.
I need to think about it.
So I only have 1 token, but I'm gonna guess there's other tokens. Alright, I'll talk to people.
Ready for tomorrow?
Yeah. Been ready. What about you? Heard you were elected Commander 32.
Commander 32. I don't know what that
I've already
means.
claimed the Lan's office. It's got a nicer view, though.
Oh, if they're Expedition 33, does that mean it
view of the
counts down?
Patriots. I'm sick of
Like
that.
the expeditions do?
She won't be there for long.
If we fail, though.
When one falls, we continue. We'll pick up and we'll push on. But I know we will meet again.
Death comes for us all. When one falls, we continue. They have a lot of really motivational mottos here.
I just finished calibrating the Lumina converter. We can launch test runs as soon as we land.
Perfect.
Hey, does Lune seem preoccupied to you? She's been distant lately.
Well, it's Lune.
This feels different.
I haven't noticed anything, but you know her better. Have you talked to her?
No, she doesn't like people prying. I've known her since we were 6.
Ah, right. You were both apprenticed to her parents.
Yeah. Let's just say they ran a tight ship.
I can imagine.
Hello.
Who came?
Who's that?
I wasn't sure if I should.
You've been avoiding us. You didn't have to.
Who is this? New girlfriend?
I heard Seba filled my spot after I left.
Yeah.
Do you think I'm a coward for staying?
Oh, is she supposed to be with them?
Do you?
Not anymore. Not all of us can change the world. Some of us can only change ourselves.
Meaning what? Make yourself accept the unacceptable? Make believe that happiness is... this?
More like... rediscover. Happiness. One Gomarsh left. Maybe contentment is the highest form of happiness.
It makes me sad to hear you talk like this. The Painter stole so many things, including your capacity to dream.
No, you misunderstand. My mind is where I can be free. She can't touch me there. This is my final act of defiance. Just like the expedition is yours.
If you say so.
So many people to talk to.
I can't believe you're working right now.
Tristan dragged me here.
Is that the final spot? It's amazing you triangulated Expedition Zero's landing site.
Theoretically. Extrapolated from the archives, but... that's 67
Ooh, look at
years
her
ago.
gold tattoos.
So much of the landscape has changed.
Wait, so it must count down because it was 67 years ago. So it must count down.
I trust your calculations.
Thanks.
It's a good strategy, tracing their steps. They're the only expedition with any survivors, and they made it to the monolith, so...
Holy shit, no survivors for any expedition other than the first one?
Assuming the records are correct, my calculations are correct, that they left clear markers, that road conditions haven't changed, that...
You need a drink.
Go away, Gustav.
That's crazy. No survivors.
Glass of wine? Or a hug?
Oh, I want a
Keep your
hug.
sweat to yourself.
Bring Gustav a glass of wine.
Who exactly are you talking to? They cut servers from the budget years ago.
The ultimate indignity. A farewell party where we serve ourselves. There's a metaphor in there somewhere.
Oh, he's drunk.
I'm betting you've got another bottle stashed in your coat somewhere. You gonna share?
You wound me. But yes, in fact, I do have a bottle. Always be prepared. Or was it always bring backup? Same difference.
Right.
And I am prepared. Prepared to live. And prepared to die.
Oh, he's drunk.
Such an idiot.
Hey. We've got your Lumina converter, yeah? I believe. I'm ready for my Lumina.
Yeah, well, we've only tested it here. Who knows what we'll meet on the main continent? We'll need more field testing once we land.
Don't worry, buddy. I've got you covered.
Great. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, buddy. I like my little lamp. Look at my little lamp.
Hey.
Hey.
Hey yourself. You okay? Want to talk about it?
What are you talking about? My girlfriend dissolving into flowers?
Yeah, Actually, no.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
That's okay.
What about you? You say goodbye to Derek?
Oh, that was over ages ago.
Oh, sorry.
Eh,
I really thought you guys would work out.
it's for the best. I need full focus on the expedition and our team. We're all we have.
Yeah. We're all we have.
Aww. You guys are making me sad.
Commander?
Gustav?
Oh, hello.
Saw you with Sophie.
Alan.
You talked.
Or is it Alan?
Yeah, yeah. Where's your daughter?
Leona's upset. Doesn't want to see me.
Shit.
Shit.
It's okay. She doesn't need to understand. As long as she gets to live.
Yeah.
I'm counting on you.
No pressure, huh?
Oh no. Lots of pressure. You and Lune and your Lumina tech, that's our edge.
Thanks, but that's not. Everyone has a role. Lucien, Tristan, Catherine, and you.
Lucien,
you made
Tristan.
us into
See, they're French, but they're British.
We have a really good team, thanks to you. That's our edge.
Tomorrow comes, my friend.
Doesn't it always?
I think there's other survivors out there.
Jahum.
Doubtful. We would have seen signs.
But not impossible. Maybe if they have shield domes.
Lucien, you should know, Lucien. Lucien!
We were lucky the fracture dropped us out here. Bought us time to get our defenses up.
I don't know. People are resourceful, and Nevrons can't be everywhere. I'm betting on human ingenuity.
I like that.
Okay, I talked to them. Let me talk to this dude. Hello.
Gustav. Just the man I wanted to see.
Antoine?
You want a rematch, don't you?
Well, it's my last chance, isn't it?
He looks creepy.
After tomorrow, you'll be the undisputed expert on expedition history.
That's tomorrow. What about today?
Sure.
Who am I to deny you? Fire away.
How many years ago was the fracture?
Oh, that lady just told me it was
You're kidding.
67.
Yes. When did our world break apart and our luminous city get thrown into the middle of the ocean? When was the fracture?
67
years ago.
Brilliant. I can see.
Yeah, she just told me.
You are the undisputed expert on Lumieran history.
What are you talking about? Every child knows this. The monolith's essentially a reverse calendar, counting down since the fracture happened in year 100.
100?
All right, fine. Another one then. Which was the first expedition to depart for the continent?
I think this is a trick question. Because how would they... Okay, because 100 was the first time. That's when the fracture happened, was in 100. And then the next year after that would have been 99, which meant that that's probably the first year that they would have sent the expedition. But it could be 0, because it just could be 0. I'm gonna go with 99.
Expedition 99.
Why are you even trying? It's bad.
Okay.
Which was the first
Incorrect.
expedition?
So is it 0? Is it 100? Is it 0?
Expedition 0.
Correct.
Why? Why?
They left in year 100. They should be called Expedition 100. Makes no sense.
The one I'm on is 33, yes.
Lumiere will be long gone before the monolith hits 0. All right, last one. Get it right, and maybe I'll give you a token.
Okay.
What is Illumina?
That just seems...
Abilities you internalize by using a Pictos in battle after enough times.
That just seems...
Well done.
Yeah.
Well done.
Not really.
That just seems like the answer.
I created the Lumina converter, so...
I hereby officially end our feud. With your departure, Lumiere loses a brilliant light. And a Good friend.
You big softy.
All right, all right. Here's a token. Go and spend it on something.
Okay. So now I have 2 tokens. So I can get my hair, I can get my hair did. Well, who are
These
you?
all yours?
You gonna lecture me on drinking?
CL.
I wouldn't dare. Just calculating how much it'll hurt to catch up.
You can start now. Here.
She's cute too. They did really good with their faces. They don't
Who
look
was
jacked up or
always
anything.
Unapologetically Sophie. My fierce and loving friend.
To Soph. Seriously though, this is gonna hurt tomorrow.
Tomorrow comes, but it ain't here yet. I'm not crossing the sea sober.
Look at all their little bracelets.
Sober's better than deathly hungover.
No, not for that.
Ah.
Go have some drinks.
She's got a gnarly scar across her belly too. It's hard to see in between the bottles, but that's crazy. All right, I think I saw. Oh, haven't talked to him yet. Seba.
I'm pacing myself tonight.
Ah, you're so boring. It's our last night. Who knows when we'll be back?
I like that you say when and not if.
Because he didn't kiss the girl. Sha la 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 la, don't be shy.
Or an idiot. Depends on how you are.
They are talking to him like he's just like he's dead though. Like they're like, yeah, no, we're dying, but we're gonna try anyway. How are these people being? I don't know. She's got a gnarly scar on her belly. You can't see because the X is in the way. All right. Oh, here's a kid. Hello.
Wow, so many expeditioners. So cool.
Oh, Jules, wait. Gustav gave Jules a uniform. Okay.
That's... You made that overnight?
Yeah, and he's blind, motherfucker.
Dad.
Isn't that crazy?
Damn. Now I feel stupid for fighting with him. Oh, Dad. ... You take it.
Child, you are like 8 years old. I am 32.
I'm not sure I'll ever use it.
It's
Maybe
not
I'll
gonna
go blind
fit
like
me.
my father, or maybe another expedition will succeed.
Not the one you're going on, though.
I want to support the expedition now. Take it. It may be useful to you. ... It's okay. I don't need the uniform to know my dad's with me.
Thanks.
New outfit unlocked.
Maybe
You're kidding
you'll win
me.
and I won't need it back. Or maybe I'll reclaim it off your dead bodies during my expedition.
That's a little fucked up, my dude. That's a little fucked up, my dude. How do I change his clothes? Character, okay. Change the character's weapon, okay. Okay. Any of the skill slots. Lumen. Do I have any of those, though? Okay. First of all... 3 Pictos at a time. Winning 4 battles with a Pictos, it'll be mastered. Okay, that's kind of cool. Do I have a Lumina? I don't. Okay, I don't have any Pictos. Wait, I wanna, like, how do I change his... Edit Luminas? This affects you can activate Shift Masters, okay. This character gains 1 Lumina point per level and can be found by exploring. Filtering and sorting will take, okay. Right and up, you'll see a wardrobe option. Oh, there it is, yep. Oh, I kind of vibe with the little 8-year-old kid's uniform that he gave me. Thanks, driver. Hi, driver. Welcome in. How are you? Okay, let's go beat up my sister again. Yay!
I knew I'd find you here.
Excellent.
Having second thoughts about the expedition?
I've already cried once today.
Please. I'm more ready to go than you are.
Yeah, I know. ... Look, I know we've been over this, but as your guardian, I need to say this one more time. The rest of us only have a year left, but you've got 9 good years before your gommage. You don't need to leave yet. It's a lot to risk.
Super relaxed. It's nice.
1 year out there is better than
What'd you get
9
into
years
today?
in here.
I know you think that.
If anyone should stay, it's you. You have friends and family who want you here.
So do you.
No, I don't.
What?
Emma thinks of you as family.
Lumière's not my home. Not the way it is for you. Besides, this way I can keep an eye on you for Emma.
Right. Because she needs eyes everywhere.
Shush. You're lucky you have a sister who cares.
Doubly lucky, since now I have 2.
Alright, enough chit-chat. Come on, old man, let's have a duel.
Join Facebook dating. Let's go.
Old man.
You're pretty much the oldest man in Lumière now, no? Come on. This time, I'm not messing around.
Okay. Let's see if I can do anything. I want to try to parry, but I gotta get my timing.
To a superior fighter.
I gotta get my timing.
Hope your
What the
Lumina
fuck?
converter works better
I don't
than
understand.
Your
I'm literally hitting the parry button and nothing. I just did whatever a normal is. I don't know. I can dodge fine, but I can't parry for shit. Which clearly the timing is different. Oh, I was looking at my overcharge meter. I was not paying the fuck attention. Yeah, this one is fucked up. I was literally trying to see how many charges I had on overcharge. You can perfect dodge? Yeah, I can't. Oh, I can't. Oops. Too late on the last one. Okay. You widow we can. I'm not even like being like, oh, woe is me. Like I genuinely like, I really struggle with that type of stuff. Okay, so then too early. Oh, I was way early on that one.
Too slow, old man.
Lower difficulty gives you a bigger parry window.
Now, don't get
too
I'm not going to.
Where are my scallywag
Yes.
I'm not going to change the difficulty. I just have to learn timing.
No shame losing to a superior fighter.
Oh. Two. Okay.
Hope your Lumina converter works better than
Two.
your
I'm doing
jewelry.
the third one too early. 1, okay. 2, 3. No, I'm doing the third one too early, and I don't fucking know why.
For those who come after.
Okay. Too early. I'm not sure if my Elden Ring like helps or doesn't help. My Elden Ring timing. I'm gonna try to parry this one. Let's go. One single parry.
Oldest man in Lumiere, eh?
Congratulations, you beat a teenager. Take this token as your well-deserved prize.
It's just gonna take, like, I feel like I'll get it. It's just gonna take a little bit to figure out the timing, is all. Like, there's gonna be quite a few deaths just learning timing. Alright. Now I can buy what you have.
Still gonna cost.
Yes.
Call it morbid cure.
You won't regret it.
And then this one?
Ready for your new?
Yes.
Alright, let's see what you've got.
Man bun!
Looking very fine.
Man bun!
Welcome back. You're here for the artifact.
Yes, I'm curious.
Take good care.
An old key for an... Bitch, you just gave me a random fucking key? What does it go to? Wait, how do I, like, finish?
I like that.
How do I go?
Doesn't it all?
Sir, I'm ready to go die.
Come, let's play some.
No way.
Ah, it's just what.
Cautious. Money's no good.
Cause winning.
Gustav!
What the? How do I? Up the stairs? Isn't that where I came from?
Where are my scallywag apprentices?
My
I promised to find them at the festival.
apprentices. Oh, I think no. Where's the kids? Oh. I don't think they were over here before, were they?
We got something for you.
Oh, my journal.
For your field notes. So, when you come back, you can tell us everything.
They'll definitely want that for the museum. The complete record of the expedition that destroyed the Paintress.
Oh, and if you find journals from the other expeditions, make sure you save them for us.
I shall faithfully record all our adventures, every strange and wondrous thing.
And Nevrons.
Nevrons.
I can do that. And in return, do you solemnly promise to take care of the shield dome while I'm gone? I'm entrusting you with the safety of Lumiere.
I promise.
Promise.
Adrien?
Adriel.
I'll use everything you taught us, Monsieur G.
Monsieur G. Oh, Katsu. Who this lady? I like her little pink belt. Why does she look so
Gustav,
nervous?
Your sister's here.
Yeah, I have to go talk to her.
That's my sister. Why does she look so
My darling
nervous?
sister has arrived. She'll kill me if I don't say goodbye.
My darling sister.
The chief counselor honors us with her presence. What? Still mad I'm going?
This is the definition of a fool's quest. My brother's not usually a fool.
I've heard you say otherwise.
You and I both know the political complexities that necessitate the expedition. It's vital for morale, but it's a bloodless guillotine is what it is.
You should put that in your speech. Very motivating. They might just find a guillotine for you too.
A guillotine. He said guillotine, funny.
There are so many things you can contribute to here in Lumiere that'll have a real impact.
Em, you're doing great work, really. Getting things ready for the last generation. You've got it well in hand here. Let me do my part, out there, and win us a chance to live.
We're never going to see each other again.
No one believes in me.
You're so busy anyway. I barely see you.
Just take care of Mael, okay? Can't believe you're letting her go with you.
Me? You're her guardian too. You stop her.
We're her guardians, not her jailers. She really wants off this island.
Oh, it's an island.
Don't you have a speech to give?
You mean the one you so kindly wrote for me?
Mm-hmm, that's the one.
Just suggestions. I thought it might help you understand.
I do. Understand? I just... Anyway. Yeah, time for my speech.
Proceed with Emma's speech. This will conclude the festival and Expedition 33 will depart. Yes.
Expeditioners. The Sword of Lumiere. We honor your dedication. We do not take for granted that you dedicate your final year of life to keeping hope alive for all of Lumiere. Some of you are leaving to change the world. Others to discover the secrets of our universe. Some to protect loved ones. Others to find meaning in our all too short lives. As you sail into the unknown, know that Lumiere stands with you. When you battle the Paintress, know that Lumiere fights with you.
Ooh.
Let the stones of her monolith crumble. Let her body lie at the end of the world. Unable to paint another death, let the stars no longer be hidden by her oppressive silhouette. Let the world once again watch the sun rise without the shadow of her cursed figure. May the wind of renewal take you to the ends of the earth. Tomorrow comes. Thanks to you. Expedition 33.
That's kind of cool. Clair Obscur.
ready.
The Pierce Brosnan.
You're old. How did you survive the Gommage? Which expedition are you from?
Oh shit.
Fall back! Man! Stop! Come on, we need to go! He's not following. Putain! What the fuck? Who the fuck was that?
Merde! What do we do now?
Regroup at the rally point. The Indigo Tree.
Oh, hell no.
Keep going! Come on! Move! Fucking snap out!
Is this a fucking horror game? %, casualty rate? Yeah. Act 1. Gustav. Is this a fucking horror game? Have I been bamboozled? Kind of a good I've heard amazing things, Oni. I've heard so many people say it's so good. That's why I'm excited to play it. Who the fuck was Pierce Brosnan? That's crazy. Something's wrong with his heart. Yeah, he did that earlier too. Either that or it just has like anxiety or something. Excited for me to play it. I'm excited to play it. I hope I get better at it so it's not like miserable and painful. Oh, it's pretty. Spring Meadows. Can I wash off my blood? I'm like, how much exploring should I be doing? Like, should I really be going off, like, the sides over here? You can briefly check the expedition's status and use Chroma Elixir to recover health without interrupting exploration. Press Y to show the expedition's status. Name of the current area, expedition's objective, bindings for exploration. Look for the survivors of the indigo tree. Okay. Current health, current number of elixirs. Okay. If the expedition is in bad shape, use a Chroma Elixir to fully heal all members. If Chroma Elixirs replenish at expedition flags. Is why. Okay. But there are very little missable things. Okay. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, should I be, like, really, really going off to the side or nah? He looks like he wants my booty. Okay, he looks like he wants my booty. Who goes first, him or me? Me, okay. Pre-aim shots are a good way to hit flying enemies as well as targets enemies' weak point. Try to aim. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, shooting costs 1 AP. Okay. Here's your weak spot, my guy. Gets shot in the dome piece. Gets shot in the dome piece, my guy. Okay. Attacks quickly. Oh, I can parry! I'm a parry god? Oh my gosh. I'm a parry god? I parried once, guys. I parried once. He's handsome. He's like Robert Pattinson, but like Robert Pattinson and somebody else. He's very handsome. I did telehealth visit. She said sinusitis and gave me an antibiotic and an inhaler and cough medicine. All of those things will help you feel so much better. Even if it's not sinusitis, it'll still make you feel so much better. Do. Driver, tell me if I'm not exploring enough. Because I'm also kind of like not about to be climbing all these rocks and stuff for no reason. Okay, I clearly can't climb up there. Can always come back off stream, but it's more just like I don't know, like I don't know how to explain it. Like with Elden Ring, like there was so much to find always in so many different places, but it's like in this it just doesn't seem like there's a lot of off the beaten path stuff here, you know. Dot, dot, dot. Oh my gosh, these are all expedition people. I can't see their numbers though. Wow. There's nothing to loot over here, for real? What number are they from? I can't see. Yeah, I can't see it on any of them. Oh my gosh, look at that one. Oh my gosh. Very distinct alternate. Okay, good. Oh, that's a 33. The fuck? Arhan, thank you so much for the raid. What the fuck, indeed? I know, I just started. I'm not even 2 hours in yet. Can I pause cutscenes? No.
You do that, we both die.
This game, dude, already has me like crying and stuff. I want to pause this cutscene though. Oh, okay, cool. Whew. Raid and dip though. I got tab open to get rid. Yes, of course, of course, of course. Thank you so much, Arhan. I appreciate you. For everybody who came over in that raid, thanks for. No, don't pause. Why you pause? Well, because I just wanted to say hi because I wanted to like greet the raiders and stuff. Sorry. Raid and run.
Fucking hell. Wake up, Gustav.
Lune. The others.
I know. We're the only ones left. You don't get to die.
What is this like blood pulp tree thing?
It's just a matter of time before we're already dead. Look around. Look. Look.
Oh, she's
This is
barefoot.
not a foregone conclusion. When one falls, we continue. Get up. We need to find a safer place. There are Nevrons around.
Lucien.
This is not the place. The Lumina converter seems intact. It's about time we test it in real conditions.
So he can just like Putain. Isn't that like shit? No, that's not. That's is that fuck? Is merde this shit? Okay. Arhan, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you guys. This is a perfect opportunity now with this blasting music. Holy smokes. Let's turn this down just a tiny smidge. Oni, enjoy your McDonald's. Everyone who came over in that raid, thank you so much. I appreciate you. I'm gonna take this opportunity really quick while we're in a turn-based combat here to introduce myself. Hello, hi, my name is Krista, or Pinxel. Most people call me Pink. I'm a variety streamer and I play whatever the heck I want. Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, Souls-likes, turn-based Clair Obscur, whatever I want. I have a really quick video that I like to show when we get a raid, just to see if this is someplace you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, see what we're about, what to expect, all that jazz. While this plays, I'm literally gonna run in the other room, grab a drink, and then we will get started on this fight. So I will see you in a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. Look at that donk.
Why are you so excited for this?
And I died. Oopsies. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? My mom? Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. No! You think he survived? This is literally. Let's go faster! I died. What do I do about this giant ball chasing me?
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down because I could see it.
Oh my god.
He's
still rolling. Cannibal swinging at you. The moose is running laps around you. Don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up? I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Okay, have fun. Bye. It'll save you hundreds of money on your car insurance by switching to doo-doo-poo-poo. I'm trying to make the poop. Go, bees.
Bees. Get the bees.
Oh my god. What is happening? I keep finding these boners. You can have your very own Greg. It's soup. It's soup. Where are the Vajujans? I just want to be beautiful like her. I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time. Okay, game is done. Okay, thanks for coming. Thank you for the raid, Arhan. I know you're not here anymore, but I appreciate it. Everybody who came over on that raid, thank you as well for supporting my friend, Arhan. No! Oh, okay. I was like, he moved as I went to go shoot him, but I still got him. I still got him. Okay, what does this bitch do? Lune's skills generate elemental stains. Her skills also consume specific stains to enhance their effects. There are 5 types of stains: ice, fire, lightning, earth, and light. Light stains can be consumed in place of any other stain. Cycle between the different elements to get the most out of her skills. Okay, skills. Lune's starting skills are Ice Lance and Immolation. Ice Lance is an ice skill that generates 1 ice stain and 1 light stain. Okay, Ice Lance. Sure. The Portier is weak to ice and took 50% more damage from Ice Lance. Most enemies have elemental affinities: weakness, resistance, nullify, and absorb. Ooh, is healed. Okay. Find enemies' affinities and exploit them. Okay, cool. Portier is now... Okay, he's debuffed, so now he's slow. Okay. Can I... parry? Oh, I was trying to parry! That's so funny. I was gonna press the parry button anyway, but the game was like, parry? Would you like to do parry? Okay. Skills. 1 ice and 1 light. Immolation will consume Lune's ice stain to deal increased damage. Light stains will be consumed if no corresponding elemental stains are. Use Immolation to burn the enemy. Seems kind of silly, right? I just turned it into ice. Burn is a status effect that deals damage at the beginning of the character's turn. It is possible to be affected by multiple instances of burn, which increases the... Okay, that's cool. Oh, I died. Alright, it died.
We did it, Gustav. Let's see if your invention lives up to its reputation, shall we?
Oh, my little lantern.
It really works. We're not dead yet.
Yeah.
Come on. There might be other survivors at the Indigo Tree.
The weird thing is that I've seen the motion capture actor that is Gustav, like the French motion capture actor, and he's still like, he kind of looks like this guy, so like I'm like, but not quite. So who is this guy supposed to look like? Pictos can be equipped to increase character stats. Higher level Pictos grant better stats. They also provide passive effects called Lumina. Each character can learn Luminas associated with each Pictos. Luminas can be equipped in the Lumina menu using Lumina points and can trigger their effects without equipping the corresponding Pictos. To equip a Lumina, press start. Okay. Oops, that's the wrong. That's literally the wrong one. Alright, let's go with Gustav. A Pictos. Dodger. Gain 1 AP on perfect dodge. Sure. Equip Pictos. Do I don't have any other Luminas though? No, okay. A Noah Ram. Lune. Lunarum. Immolation. Pictos. Can I put it on her too? Wait, does she have something else too? No. Dang. Dang. Okay. Whee. Oh, she does little floaties. Oh, that's why everyone uses her, so she doesn't make little peatsy sounds. It's so pretty. This doesn't affect battles. Yeah, no, I know. I'm aware. Pretty. Can I swim? No? Okay. Rude, but whatever. So I can jump, and I can grab and climb, but... Okay, it's very limited. Approaching advanced space, you'll crouch over. Okay. Crouch automatically. What's that? During your journey, you will find expedition flags set up by previous expeditions. Expedition flags allow you to heal, recharge your items, learn new skills, and allocate your character's attribute points. Characters gain 1 skill point and 3 attribute points per level. Hi, DJ. How are you? It's so good to see you. Upgrade attributes. Okay, vitality is what? Health, I'm sure? Yep, okay. Might. Okay. Speed and defense, okay. It's just, and then luck is what? Critical. Oh, critical and speed. All right, so let's do 1 luck, 1 agility, 1 vitality. There we go. And then her, she should have 3 as well. All right, I'm gonna do the same thing. 1 luck, 1 agility, 1 vitality. Yes, I just started. I've been playing for just about 2 hours. Okay, Lumiere Assault. So I have that. I have that though, right? These are ones I already have. Unlock. Oh, I have no skill points. Okay. Okay. Use RB to attack an enemy first and gain an advantage. So, like this. should work. Yay! Okay. Let's shoot you in the head. And we'll shoot you in the head. Okay. Now, attack. Guess it doesn't matter.
Chroma is flowing.
Alright. Skill. Ice Lance. Let's do you.
I'm ready.
Nice. Okay. Oh, too early. Or
Brace
too late,
yourself.
I guess. I don't know. Oh my god, that one was too early. When they do delayed attacks, that shit's fucked up.
Let us stain them.
That shit's fucked up. Okay. Got it. Welcome back, DJ. How are you? New weapon. Let's go. Can I just put it on? It's a Gustav weapon, right? Yeah. Hell yeah. That's cool. Stressy but good. Oh, I'm sorry you're stressy. Is it school that's stressy right now?
An advantage.
An advantage. What? No, I don't want to fight you yet. I want to see what's over here. Whee!
This will be useful.
Chroma. What is chroma for? Sir? Sir, that was rude.
I'm ready.
Hell yeah. Parry. Parry. Oh, no, not that one. I was waiting for the same attack. That's fine. It's fine, John. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Attack this guy because he's on the stand. Okay. Skill. Lance. Horrific. Alright. This is the quick one. Okay, I don't know the timing on that apparently. Chroma currency. Okay, cool. He really followed me. He was like, I'm coming for that booty. Coming for that booty. What's this?
Is that a house?
A house?
Looks abandoned.
What's this?
Well, that will help.
To upgrade weapons to level 3. Oh, cool.
The indigo tree is not too far from here.
You don't want to do it a third
if
time?
If anyone else
Oh,
made it,
God.
they'll regroup there.
DJ, that's
Yeah.
so stressful. I'm sorry. Nothing? Nothing? Oh no. Two more points for you. You can do it. I believe in you.
Nice.
Energy tint shard. I hope all these things start making sense soon. I hope soon.
This will be useful.
Can I not crush any of these things? Oh, I can. Oh, I can. Oh, wow. All right, so the fuck do I go now? Oh my gosh, that was so bright. That was so bright.
Here we are.
Oh.
Yeah.
I see.
The continent. The indigo trees over
the
there.
music is so pretty. Reading my teacher. I haven't know you're thinking of saving money so I can buy Liza P. It runs on PC. It runs on Mac. Let's go. Liza P is fun. It was hard for me, but it's fun. right. Can I? Oh, okay. Upgrade attributes. 5 points. Okay. 3 points. Let's do 2 defense, 1 attack. I'm gonna do the same with her. 2 defense, 1 attack. Because I need to be able to survive until I can learn to fucking dodge good. Need to learn to dodge good. Didn't end up going out last night. I forgot today's Sunday. Most of the bars close at like 9. Aw, you don't need to go to the bar. You're fine. Deals low single target lightning damage. Applies mark. Ooh, I want that. Let's go. What you got? Okay. Healing. Earth damage. Lightning damage. Let's do healing early. Let's do healing early. Okay. I'm gonna fight this motherfucker. Okay. Let's go. Alright, skills. Marking shot. Wait, no, I lied. Let's do this one first. Okay. Now we're gonna do marking shot. Mark is a status effect that increases the next damage received by the character by 50%. Okay, let's go.
Mark is flowing.
Alright, skills. Ice. Oh! That was ridiculous.
We can use that.
I feel like I need to find the exact mesmer one that we were doing and make it a sound. Did I dye my hair? A while ago. The pink on the end of it, yeah. A little while ago. You haven't been here? Yeah, it's okay. But yes, I did. I put pink in it. Oh, I thought my game crashed. Let you play it out? Oh yeah, I mean, obviously I only want help if I ask for help in certain situations, for sure.
Ready to evade.
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, that's too early. Yep. Shooting, okay. Bow. Bow. But, hello? I tried to hit you in your eyeball. Thank you. He's gonna miss. Yep. Okay. Oh, wait, I need to like heal us.
Get ready.
Oh, okay. I can never tell if they're doing the ground one or the other one. Decisions. You're the one who's got to pick. Yeah, they're gonna just dodge everything. They're just gonna dodge everything. I guess I'll just shoot. How many AP do I have? Dodge everything. I don't know how you can dodge a flying kick to the face, but sure. We're too early. Oh, too early. Okay. Too late. I really need to be paying attention to the timeline. Because that was the problem, is I didn't see that it could go again. All right. I need... Can I go back to that flag to like heal and stuff? Or is there gonna be one further ahead is the question. Oh, that... Wait, they respawn? Oh, do I have to rest? Is that what it is? Yeah, that must be what it is. Okay. Thank you for the hydrate. Okay. Let's give... 1, 2, 3. How come she doesn't have... Okay, weird. Not fancy walking? No. It's all good. Skill point available. 1. Sure. Is she's got to be very slightly behind in XP. Because she does not have a level. Oh shit. This motherfucker again. This motherfucker again. First strike. Let's shoot you in the eye. Okay. Let's do this. Okay. This. This. Nice. She died. Oh yeah, it's true. She did get deaded. She did get deaded, it's true. Okay, now we're back up here. So much to explore. So much to... Ooh, what are you? You look scary. I don't want to punch you. First strike. Oh wait, this is like, he looks like scary. He looks like scary. Weakness. Okay. Quickly. Oh, got it. Okay. Me again. Okay. I only have 1 overcharge. Let's just do a regular attack. Bam! No shrimping? I'm not shrimping. It's just I'm using my controller, so I don't like, I'm not leaning forward to use my mouse and keyboard. But I'm not shrimping for sure. Oh, I just kicked him in the face.
Take cover.
Okay. Oh, I didn't know it was more than 1. Holy shit!
I'll do it.
I didn't know it was more than fucking 1 attack. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy. So I can't get hit by this dude at all. Wait, where did it put me? Wait, where did it put me? Oh, here's the flag. Okay, so I have to go over here. Oh, my first death, apparently? It's a mini boss. Yeah, it's just the whole health bar, though. That's crazy. All right, so clearly don't go that way. I want what's behind him though. What if I just... I can't reach.
This one looks dangerous.
I'll try it one more time. I'm gonna try it one more time. I'll probably die again, but I'm gonna try it one more time. Okay. Let's do this. Okay. Let's do that one. Okay. Now. Let's do immolation this time. Oh, I fucked it up. Okay. There's 1, 2. Ah! Okay, the second one I'm late on. The fuck? 1. Oh. Then that one, no. Okay, I just wanted to try it one more time because I want to get, it's just that the timing. It's that I don't know the timing of the attacks yet because they one-hit me. Okay. That's not the way we're supposed to be going, obviously. Is there anything else over here before I turn back around? Okay. Death count 2, yeah. It's fine.
Something's disrupting the chroma around here. Be careful.
Oh, that's just the top of the little ropey. I see you over there. I see you over there, buddy. Wait, there, what? Oh, there is. There's climbing things here.
Someone came here before and set up these handholds.
Probably Expedition 69.
69.
Expedition.
Let us thank them for that.
But should I not have gone this way? Okay, let's go the other way first. Can I go back down then? Oh, I can. Okay. Some Doritos, please. Oh my god, I missed the control. Because I can't use a controller. Skills. Oh yeah, I don't have any. Okay. Skills. Okay.
Ready to evade.
Oh, too early. Too early.
Take him down.
I'm ready.
Oh, too slow.
Let us stain them.
Okay, so this is a flying one, so bye DJ, enjoy the rest of your night. What was he blocking over here?
We can use that.
Roma. That's it? Okay. Right, so obviously going up is the way we're supposed to be going. It's very smooth movement. Oh yeah, I have a couple slices of pizza left.
Something's wrong with it. Why isn't it attacking us?
Well, it certainly attacked them. An expedition journal. 81.
A long time ago.
Learn from the ones who came before.
And lay the trail for the ones who come after.
Expedition 81, René. Huge discovery. This is the first Nevron with whom we've been able to communicate. It seems stuck in this cave. Gregoire is, as usual, deeply suspicious, but this could change our entire understanding of Nevrons and the Painters.
Oh.
They communicated with a Nevron.
The dead here don't disappear like in Lumiere. Their chroma stays inside their bodies.
On the beach, some did disappear.
He wasn't a Nevron.
Something about the way Nevrons kill seems to affect our chroma.
Perhaps your friend here can enlighten us. It really does speak.
What do you mean, light?
Did you kill these people?
It was painted to bring light.
By the Painters? If we
Help
bring
me
it
find
light,
light.
perhaps we can learn more.
I'm not sure that's a good idea.
Bring it light. Like literal light or like metaphorical light? Okay. Learn skills. Oh yeah, she's got skills now. Okay. Earth damage or the lightning. Rest. Okay. So how do I bring it light? What should we do? First path we must walk, but I sit in darkness so that I cannot follow her. Follow where? What kind of light? Must bring forth a flame that lights the path forward. Something flammable? Shine. I need to shine. I need to shine. Sunshine? Shine?
Flares!
Survivors!
Hurry!
But I want to save this little... I want to save this
Well,
jar,
that will
man. Ooh, I want to put that on. Can I put that on now? Gustav. Pictos. Oops. This one. Yeah, that one. Yeah. And then the other one can go on her. That one. Yeah. Yeah! Okay. Wait. Bonjour! How are you, Azara? Welcome in. Listen, I've learned so many things, like merde. Oh, how do I...
This will be useful.
You can just pick it up. +3 AP on killing an enemy? That's kind of helpful too, huh? There we go. That's my man. Let's go. Zara, how was your weekend? Hopefully it went well. Oh, my ear itches. And sham. Alright. I wanna get better at dodging and parrying and stuff. First strike. Attack. Wait, no. I wanna do my new thing. You're resistant to whatever my attacks are? That's cool, I guess.
Let us stain them.
Not how they swear. You basically need to learn a bunch of Catholic terms. Most well known. Tabarnak. Tabarnak or tabarnak? Okay. Okay, I think, okay, that's a multi-shot. I got it. I like how it was perfect after I did it 3 times. Wow, that was a waste. Okay.
Let the ink flow.
Let the ink flow. Nice. Tabarnak. Tabarnak. Excuse me. Let's just use that one. Doesn't really matter. Head to dinner? Okay. Enjoy, Wolfie. What's this?
Interesting.
Additional Lumina point. Nice. Wait, so I have to consume them? Is that what it says? Oops, I missed. Oh my gosh, really? Unfortunate. Okay, I need to get better at parrying as well as dodging. Take cover! Oh, who's shooting? Too early. Okay. I was too early. J'étais pub, BRB. Okay, back. But the second stress is optional, so it's tabarnak if you really want to emphasize it. But tabarnak. Tabarnak! Aren't you glad you wanted to teach me French?
We can use that.
Doing only parries? I just feel like parries are really the way to, like, why is, like, every single one of them avoiding my hits? Like, that's the second one in a row that it was just like, whoop, never mind.
I'll do it.
I can't tell until I've seen the attack. Too early. Too early. I'm terrible. Give up now. Okay. Nice. F3. Let's do a skill. Let's do this one. This one. Okay. Quickly attacks. Okay. Oh, okay. I don't know what the fuck I even tried. Ciboire. What does it mean? The crackers? Crackers? Is there... Wait, what was he guarding? Oh, there it is.
We could light something with this.
Flammable material! Is that what I was looking for? Oh my gosh. Alright, where? Wait, can I break you? There's totally stuff back there, you fudgers. Alright, how do I get back to man? This way? This way! Hey, look, I found this thing. Did you bring the light? Without light, I cannot follow. This will help. Here we go. Gone are the days when I wandered in darkness. So now do I have to light him on fire? Light it, help me shine, make me complete. A very precise shot. How do I shoot it with fire? What? Very precise shot where? In the butt? Where? Do I do this? That's like... Oh, wait. That. Okay. I thought I was trying to make him fucking shine, not his little lamp. Lead me. ... Shrouded in darkness. Tell us more. Oh, please, mistress. Capture light. Wait, it went out. I could almost hear her. Must have more light. Need to shine once more.
What did it mean by light? Let's keep an eye out for other Nevrons like this one. We might learn something.
Okay. I'm just gonna get some health. It's a health day. Alright, learn skills. Who's got skills? Oh, Gustav's got skills, but not enough. Electrify deals lowest single target lightning damage. Critical and additional hit generate light stain. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So now back again. Whee! What is making noise? Can you just like farm XP? Like, is that a thing? Oh wow, okay, that sucks. Don't even waste.
Feel the burn.
Oh, they both burn. Nice. Okay. What's this? Oh, there's a thing over here. Hello. Ka-chow. Ka-chow. All right, tree guys. Tree. Oof. Okay, just get rid of him. Just get rid of him. Let's mark him down. I don't know. You got a new controller? I don't know anything quite yet, Dave. I haven't figured out very much of anything quite yet. Oh, I was trying to parry that one. Parry timing, I think, is different. Oh, yeah, parry timing is different. Okay. That's fine. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out.
Storm's coming.
Yeah, that's what I have. 8-bit do Ultimate 2 Bluetooth. That's exactly what this is with the 2 programmable things on the back. That's what's up. Twinsies, but mine's pink. Yours might be pink, actually.
Interesting.
Yeah, I love mine. I am a big fan. Mine is pink. I never would have guessed. I know. It's so unlike me. So unlike me. I just two-shot him? Okay. Okay. Skills. This one. This one. Skills. Nice. Okay.
Get ready.
I want to learn to fucking parry. Got it. Okay.
Ready to evade.
Oh, that one was too slow. Okay. Real test will be over time. I'm a big fan. I am a big fan of the 8-bit do controller myself. All right. So did I go up already? Oh no. Here's the thing. Wait. Okay. So I think down is the explorer, and I think up is the correct way. Yeah. I was correct.
Interesting.
How come I can't? There's stuff behind these trees. Save in progress. Always resting. I'm just gonna keep resting because there's no reason not to. Oh, is it making me cutscene? Okay. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Fuck. It's big. Fall back.
Oh, great. Putain de merde. Something shit. Putain de... Is that like motherfucking shit? Is that what that means? Okay. Okay, I see it. Okay. Some enemies have shields to protect them. Each shield completely blocks one hit. Okay. Nice. Core of shit. Yep. Checks out.
Take him down.
Okay. What is he fucking weak to? Let's try ice. He's weak to ice, apparently. Okay. What is this shit? Ah! Parry that, motherfucker! Okay. Vec feels threatened. Are you gonna put your shields back up or something? Okay, skills. Okay. Marking shot again. Okay.
Feel the burn.
I feel like this is a debate, but I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna take the debate, and I'm gonna fight the minions because I feel like that's just extra shit in the way. Okay. Okay. Can I get this one again? Nice. Okay.
I'll do it.
Oh my gosh. Oh god. Countering feels so fucking good. Oh, I missed that one. Okay. I didn't realize that it was going for me because I wasn't looking. Oops.
Careful. He's building up chroma.
Oh god, that's so many shields. Not always to refer to prostitutes. She really just says feel the burn. Yeah. She's so cool. What do you mean? Okay.
Ready to evade.
Oh, I was too early. Oh, I was too early. That sucks. That was a big chunk of my health, too. My overcharge is almost there.
Let's push forward. Feel the burn.
Oh, holy shit. Damn, I can't use overcharge. And I'm charged. That sucks.
No margin for error.
Get ready.
Ready to evade. Danger! Brace yourselves.
That was crazy.
Paintress must fall.
Look at the hero poses, man. That was dope.
Celebrate later. There'll be others. We should be safe up in the tree.
We're not gonna talk about the guy who just got fucking impaled through the chest by... Yeah.
Putain, nobody.
Putain!
Wait, there's a message on the wall. Took mile to the weird corals. Head north, look for a door inside a hut.
Man.
This doesn't make sense. Who would have written this? It sounds like an expeditioner, but everyone knows to sign their messages.
Yeah, but they might have been in a hurry.
I don't know. Doesn't sound like anyone
Trap.
on the team.
Trap.
What if it's a trap? The man on the beach.
It's a lead. Our only lead. Whoever this is knows Mael. We have to go.
No. Not yet. Protocol is to regroup at the rally point and wait 3 days.
3
this
days?
Message feels off. If it was an expeditioner, they would have stayed here. Everyone knows the protocol.
Right, but they may have been in danger. Maybe this location has been compromised. Things change in the field.
There's a reason.
Protocol doesn't cover every contingency. You know that.
There's a reason it's protocol. We designed it to yield the optimal result in the vast majority of situations.
She does have a good point.
Our entire team dying part of that optimal result? Look, I'm going after Maya. Protocol also states, never move solo. I'll let you choose which protocol to break.
Man. Wait for other survivors? Wait, I'm not sure. But 3 days feels like a long time, doesn't it? What's that? Wait, where did I fucking just come from? Here? No, is this new? No. I just came from here. Okay. Let's see. Let's do that. We'll do that. And we'll do that. And we'll do the same for her as well. Okay, and then skills. Who got skills? Ooh, Gustav has skills. Okay. Recovery or from fire. Deals medium single target damage. 3 hits. Uses weapons element. Heals self by 20% if the target burns. Ooh, that's kind of dope. Okay. Now, this bish applies 3 burn. That's kind of cool. Low earth damage. let's do this earthbender shit. And then we can also grab this one. Okay. Rest. I'm just gonna keep resting. Skills pay said bills. Skills do pay the bills, you know. Oh wait, how do I get this? Wait, how do I get there? Oh, wait, is it like a little trickaroonie and you can go through the stuff? No? How do you get that? I'm so curious. You can jump on some stuff and you can grapple to some stuff. There's gotta be, you've got to be approaching it from above somehow. Let's go back up the thing and see. Okay, so is it like here? It is, but I can't jump down from here. See, it's right there. I want it. Alright, it's not like up here. You can't grab it. There's gotta be a way up that I'm just not seeing. Weird. There's got to be something I'm not seeing. Wait, can I go this way? Oh my gosh. Are you at the hut? Kind of, yeah. I'm sure there's something. I'm sure there's something and I just don't see it. Like a grappling point or something super obvious. Just give it to me, it's right there, I can just touch it. Okay, whatever. I'll be here all fucking night. Alright, whatever. I'll be here all night if I try to find that. Whatever this fucking portal thing is here. Oh. Oh, it's like the overworld.
So, the message said head north.
Where's
to
north?
the
Oh, here's north.
weird corals.
And a door in a hut.
Oh, this is actually probably a perfect time. I think I'm safe. I'm gonna take a little 5-minute break. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, stretch my legs, do all that jazz. So yeah, I'll be back in just a minute. Everyone stretch your legs, do that good stuff. Be right back. Right, I am back. Thank you for waiting. For those of you who waited. Okay. Alright, so open map. Find Mael. Show objective. Okay. So straight ahead is clearly something. Can I run? Oh, I can. Good. Wait, are you a bad guy? No? Okay, cool. Access the camp at any time from the
It's
continent.
been a
Okay,
long
cool.
day. We should make camp.
I'm fine. Let's keep going.
We won't find Mael if we're dead.
Oh my gosh, we're fine. Oh, this is like Baldur's Gate, where camp. Okay. Rest is the story. You know why I think Gustav is handsome? Because he's got my one weakness. Fluffy
I'm sorry
hair.
about earlier. The beach was not your fault.
No, it was. I convinced Alan to land there.
So, we can rest a bit. But, the moon is bright. I want to keep moving.
Have you learned nothing from the beach?
No, I am not leaving Mael alone a minute longer than I have to.
But right now, it's just the two of us, and I don't want to bring Mael your corpse. We have to think every step through. The man on the beach, you saw what he did. But more than that, you saw his face.
A Pierce Brosnan.
He must be, what, 50? 60? Yet he survived the Gamage. We don't know who we're dealing with. We lost everyone in an instant.
Exactly. He killed us all so easily. He doesn't need to fake a message. Lucien. Lucien died to save me. And Tristan. Margot, they all...
Is that girl the same girl that was asking about
Mael die out
her
here. I'm taking her
sculpture?
home.
No, this was the girl.
No.
It was kind of hard to see. She was the one that was playing guitar. Oh.
Fuck the mission, Lune! What are we gonna do, huh? Tell me. What are we gonna do? We're gonna take down the paintress, just the three of us? My gun and your sparks?
I didn't take you for a coward.
I'm not a coward.
You swore the oath. When one falls, we continue.
Yes, I know.
When one falls. When one falls. Not if. When. We knew not all of us would make it. But we continue. As long as even one of us stands, our fight is not over.
But I'm not afraid to fight. It's just Mael. She's...
Mael swore the same oath.
I know that.
She chose her life. You and I... Come on, we always said the future of Lumiere is more important than
any individual life, yes.
Do you still believe that? Do you still believe that? Do you?
I hope I do.
fuck the mission. Really?
Sorry.
Okay. What can I do in camp? Don't have anything to do. You can rest and converse with your party members, leave the camp, interact with the bonfire. What do you have to say?
The main continent. Hard to believe we're finally here.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's really talkative, isn't he? But no, Dave, to answer your question, she was the one during the gommage that was like up on a platform playing guitar, and then during the expedition party or whatever, she was the one that had like the ball of light in front of her.
Good night, Gustav.
Okay. Can I like explore? Like, is this all my camp? Is this okay? So I imagine like as I get more party members, probably, right? Very Baldur's Gate. Gonna be a lot of comparisons because it's like one of the only other semi-similar games I've played. Yeah, that's exactly what this is. That's exactly what this is. It's just gonna be a bunch of my party members like spread all out. All right. Let's rest just because I don't remember if I did. And then we go. Whee! Right in the journal. Aww. Gustav finds a spot where he can be alone. Spend some time writing in his journal. It's about how dangerous the Neverons are, but how beautiful the continent is. He hopes that one day his apprentices will read everything he wrote.
For those who come after.
For those who come after. Okay. 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 Where am I supposed to be going? Wait, it was... Yeah, that's okay. Is that what direction I'm facing? So like, it's like this way? Wait, can I fight this guy? How come I can't fight anything? Can I fight you? Oh, no, that's a bridge. Oh, that's cool. For those who come after. Hi, Astro, what's up? I keep hitting the wrong button thinking that's the map. Yeah, this is the right way. Okay, cool. Astro, how are you? Flying waters. And 3 pictos. 3 each pictos increases. Yeah, that's right. Oh, this is really pretty too. Oh my gosh, is this game gonna be like this the whole time? Or every time I go someplace I'm like, oh my god, it's so pretty, and then I just keep getting murdered. Is there really nothing in all this seaweed? No. The Witness? But I came back for post-game. I was looking through my achievements the other day. There's a bunch I want to like try to clean up, but I'd have to replay a bunch of games. And I think the Looker, which is like the Witness knockoff, was one of them.
'68. Elodie's expedition.
You know the commanders of every expedition.
Expedition 68. Their boat was blown into the air by a storm. Lumiere lost sight of it, but assumed they crashed on the continent.
That's crazy.
And they survived. The storm, at least.
All right, let's keep moving. We found the weird corals. Mael must be close by.
shit's cool. Do you have like, you have nothing I can pick up? Here's stuff.
Nice.
SOS shell. Fly shell when falling below 50% health. Ooh, let's give that to Lune. There it is. Ooh, what's cleansing tin? Oh yeah, that's... Yeah, that's right. Okay. Nice. Now they both have stuff. Yahoo! Okay, so... I assume that's the way I'm supposed to go, so what's over here? It's so pretty in here. This is like... actually ridiculous. I'm stuck on a plant. That's so crazy. I want to explore, but like there's no exploring necessary. It's just like, just continue, just go ahead. Find its 3 locks and shoot them. Oh, like that one? Oh, there it is. Easy game for babies.
Interesting.
Kidding, obviously. Since I'm showing you all live on stream that I'm the worst one at this game. What is this money for? I haven't used anything yet.
Wait. Heaven. Looks like a different species.
Doesn't matter. They're
Can I
between
creep?
us and my ad.
No. Can I do that? Does that do anything? Does shooting it before you fight it do anything? Go in with like lower health or something? Alright, let's try some of these other ones. I guess his really aren't, because I don't need to heal myself right now. So let's do... this one, I guess. Yoicks. Okay. This one. This one. Oh, okay, so it's weak. Weak. I was gonna say it's weak to lightning. I said it's leak. Silly, silly, silly. Alright. I'm 7 out of 10 overcharge. Let's do. Take them down. Yeah, setup is weak to lightning. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh no, I had itch. I had itch. Oh no.
I'll do it. I'm ready.
Oh. That's crazy. Okay. That's crazy. That was crazy. Okay. We continue. Alright. Which way was I going? I guess I was going this way. Okay.
Well, that will help.
Color of Lumina. Yeah, so it says it has to be consumed, so I have to be using these to get the extra skill. Oh shit, skill points. Do I keep my... Oh, you don't keep your overcharge. That's kind of shitty. Alright, let's also burn... No, let's continue to do electricity because that's their weakness.
I'm ready.
Oh shit. Too early. Too late. Shit. Ooh. That's the hard one. Okay. Okay. It is gonna take some time to get this timing because this is crazy for me.
Take him down.
A storm's coming.
Yeah, heal myself. Ah, every time! It sucks. Okay, well.
I'll do it. Take cover!
Okay. Go too early? Yeah. Too late. Okay. Stop itching my face every single time I hit attack. Okay. Skills. I'm 8 out of 10 on overcharge still. She has 2 as well.
Get ready.
Ready to obey.
Oh, 2. Okay. Trying to learn to parry. Trying so hard to learn to parry. Alright, let's just kill this one. So now we only have 1 to deal with. Oh, too early. Okay, I got that one.
Get ready.
Got 1. 2. There it is. Okay. There it is. Oh, let's just overcharge just because. Just because it's excessive and I like it.
For those who come after.
Amazing. Sideshow Luke Perry. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I told you I just need time. I told you I just need time. Marking shots. 20% shot mark on free aim. Oh, I should probably put that on Gustav because he already has mark on his other shit, right? This way, I think. Ooh, mines. Oh, mines. Oh no, I don't think I got it off in time. Dang. Okay. Okay.
Take cover.
Where is it? Where's the explosion? Okay, that sucks. All right. Oh, they're flying. Never mind. Is this their weakness? Oh yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, well, they're flying, so I guess I need to just keep shooting them. Well, he's dead. And now he's dead, so never mind. So I'm gonna go back. Strange Tales of the West with some Zombie Nightmare. Just check it out. Let me know. Let me know. Alright, we need Heelys. Oh my gosh, why am I glowing? Why is my beard glowing like that? Why is my beard glowing like that? Oh, that was funny. Oh no, I need to heal. No. Alright, maybe I can two-shot him. Maybe I can just two-shot him. Okay. 1, 2. Let's go. Ice damage done. SOS Shell, Kensington. Okay, let's go. What's this?
We can use that.
Use a camp to upgrade weapons. Oh, I didn't see a thing for that. Ooh, okay. I need to heal really bad. Oh no. Too slow. Oh no. I'm dead.
That hurts.
No. No, I'm not gonna have enough. But alright, I need to use an item.
Okay, I'll do it.
Okay, that sucks.
I'm ready.
Oh shit. That I was just guessing in that shit. Oh my god. I can't believe that happened. Okay, I gotta kill this guy here. Okay. Kills. Shit. Alright. I have 107. Can I just heal him? No, he's down? Shit, okay. Well. Oh, revive. Okay. Select target. I'm trying. Oh. Ah! Oh. Oh. I can't believe I did that. Okay. I need to heal. Like, I need a flag. Can I camp? Can I camp? Excuse me. Oh my gosh. No. No, I don't want to. I don't wanna. I don't wanna. I don't wanna. No. I cannot do another fight until I fucking heal.
Over there. A hut.
All right, can I?
Slow down. We don't know what's inside yet.
It's like water, but not. But like, yeah. Because this world is crazy. Oh, flag. Oh my god, I need it. Oh my gosh. Ah! Okay. That was crazy. I was like cutting it so close. All right, I have 3 more points to spend. Reduce incoming. Okay. What's she got here? Okay. She's got mad health already. Attack power. That's all it does. Okay. All right. Learn skills. He's only got 1 point. She's only got 1 point. Okay, we gotta start saving points now. Wow. Okay. Should I go back and fight those things now? I might do it. I might try it. There's like 3 of those bomb squids. Yeah, let's fuck them up. Okay. And then this one should damage all of them, right? Let's go. Easy. All right, now we can go. Now we can go. All right. All right, before we go to the hut, is there anything around the back? Ooh, that's pretty. That's really pretty.
Nice.
Look at the like the gold and the silver kelp. That's so pretty. Okay.
Look, there's a door inside.
Seems empty. Let's go.
Why did she check that like that?
Someone lives here.
Fuck.
Where are we? This is...
It's like TARDIS. It's bigger on the inside. The manor. Okay. Upgrades. Oh, I got more just for like finding this place. That's kind of cool. All right, let's get him. There we go. Let's get him to 300. Yeah. There we go. And let's get her attack power up. Okay. It's a Doctor Who reference. Specific woodwind instrument. Sax. Oh my gosh. My nose is so itchy and I don't understand it. I don't understand it. His phone booth? Yeah, the TARDIS. Bigger on the inside. You got it, you got it, you got it. You don't need me to explain. That's crazy. Guess I really just gotta start saving shit now. Alright, I'm just gonna start saving points now. That's crazy. Goes from 2 to like 6. Let me in. Let me in. Okay. Hello? Nowhere. I can't get in anywhere. What's that? Oh, that's outside because that's the boat. Oh, that's cool. Alright, so there's like hallways to go down. There's hallways to go down there. There's hallways to go there. I can't go in any of these doors. I'm gonna go this way? Let's just see. Hello? 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 You were right, it was the saxophone. Okay, I can go in there. There's a person. Oh, that's Mayel. Hold on, let's wait. I want to go somewhere else. Let me in. You won't let me anywhere. Wait, is this like... Is this gonna be like the hub, like the fancy hub? And these are everybody's bedrooms? Hmm? Hello, Mail. Why am I still dirty?
Mael?
Oh, what's she doing?
Gustav? Are you real?
Why would she not think?
Well, you sure smell real enough.
No, I don't. I'm sorry. I thought that you... On the beach, I saw you and I couldn't, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I should have, I should have come for you, and
It's okay. It's okay.
I was worried.
Made it.
Oh, I shit my elbow.
How did you end up here?
I don't know. It's all a blur. I remember everyone at the beach. Then I woke up here. With...
Oh, fuck.
With him. He's been helping me a lot.
Helping?
He reinforced all my pictos.
What is he?
I'm not sure. He doesn't really talk.
The chroma around him. It's quite different from the Nevrons.
What is he? Oh, God. Ugh. Ugh. Oh. Alright, so now can I go anywhere else in this big ass house?
How did you find me?
There was a message at the indigo tree.
Do you know who left it?
A message? Maybe. No. I don't know.
It's in here, Shadowheart. Oh yeah, should they really record the breathing sounds too? It's fun. I wish I knew how to play a song, but... Huh. Where the hell do I go? Hello? What is this music? This music is like such a vibe, man. Where do I go? Do we leave now? Do we leave? I want to see if leaving is what we're supposed to do. Oh, we can't. There's a man here. Hello. The curator.
Again. We just trained earlier. All right, all right.
Oh, I have to fight him, but not
This
kill him,
time
but
I
fight
have
him.
backup.
Okay. Oh, it's because I have to learn her now. Okay. Attacks can be announced with a jump flare. Must be jumped. These attacks can't be parried or dodged. What? No way. I'll never get these down. That's crazy. I'll never get this down. That's crazy. Are you playing? I am playing as all these people. This is it's a turn-based game, Steph. Okay, that doesn't do like any damage. Okay. Just his... That doesn't do much damage either. Okay. Let's do that one. Can I do more than... It says like multiple targets. 1 to 3 allies. Select.
Let's spill some ink.
Okay, by 25%. Let's spill some ink. What's up, Steph? How you doing? Welcome in. Melee skills can change your battle stance. Defensive stance takes less damage and gains 1 AP per parry or dodge. Offensive stance deals more damage but takes increased damage. Virtuose stance deals a lot more damage. Switching to a new stance also provides melee with 1 AP. Switch between stances without interruption to maximize her skills. How do I do that? Skills? Offensive switch, spark, and per se. Use offensive switch to switch to offensive stance. Okay. Defenseless is a debuff that increases by 25% the damage received. Okay, I got it.
Let the ink flow.
I remembered that I needed to jump it, and I just didn't do it in time. Try this one. Well. Too early that time. I will figure it out. Shush, chat. Defense stance. She deals more damage, but also takes more damage. At the end of the turn, Maya will revert to stanceless unless he uses a skill that switches her to a different stance or uses her base attack. Cast a skill that switches Maya to a defensive stance. What? An offensive. Spark has additional effects. Okay. Okay, so use spark.
Flames. On me.
Let us stain them.
Male's a little crazy, if we're being honest here. Male's a little crazy. Too early. Oh, I got it that time. Yeah. I thought I was too early, but I got it that time. Okay.
That was fun, but I think we've had enough training today. Come with us if you like. If that's a yes, we'll see you at the camp.
No, I want to stay in the big fancy mansion. Perhaps he'll join you at camp. Okay. Gross. Yeah, I don't understand what's going on with that guy.
We should go to the manor and maybe learn something.
Yeah, or we could get back to the indigo tree.
Neko's usually here. I wonder where...
What is this? What is
Is
this?
that a Kestrel?
Stop that, you big hairy brush face. Can't you see they're human? Neko's a bit dramatic, but if you're nice, Neko will trade you lots of useful items for chroma.
Oh, okay, now I know what the money's for.
So the tales are true. Perhaps the grandest in the SKA exist too. Are there more Gestrels like you? I'd love to meet them.
Neko, you silly scruff. Their village is not far from here.
Oh, really?
Lune.
I know. Don't have time for detours.
Yeah, we need to get to the paintress.
There's another sea between here and the paintress.
Noko, as the best Gestrel merchant ever, I bet you know a solution, yeah? Come on, you broomhead, I know you know.
Well,
ow.
Guess you'll
I
get to
keep
meet
hitting
more
my
Gestrels.
elbow every time I go to put it up. Yay! Okay, so can I sell to him now? Gestrel merchants travel across the world offering rare and powerful artifacts in exchange for chroma. However, their most powerful items are reserved only for the mightiest of warriors. Impress the merchant by defeating them in a duel to access their secret inventory. That's funny. Is this game Icelandic? No, it is actually French. It's actually French. There we go. Let's see. Trade. Okay. Fight the merchant. Chroma catalyst and color. Additional Lumina point. Upgrade weapons. Alright, let's fight the merchant. Oh, I have to pick who? So just stop. Oh, this fucking slaps. Let's go. Oh my god. Okay. What?
Take him down.
Let's go. Oh my god, let's go. Oh, it's too early. Okay. Too early.
Take him down.
Too late on that one. Okay. Oh shit, there's more than one. I didn't know I had more. I didn't know I could do that. Franz the front. Trade. Exposing at base attack applies defenseless for 1 turn. Oh, I've got so much money. Let's buy that. Okay. Okay. Is there a flag? Yes, there is. I need to level her up, but I don't think she has stuff. All right, so wait, how do I consume inventory? There we go. We used to, okay, upgrade weapons. Okay, Lumina points. How do I use these? How do I use them? Okay, so what can I give her? I can give her that one. I think I can take shit. I want to keep all of these on him, but I want to give him marking shots. But I need to take it off of these other ones. Okay. Dodger. Chance to burn. Okay, we'll take this one off and we'll replace it with this one. And then go back to Mael and give her Dodger. Level. No. Right, how do you use items? I don't understand. Can be consumed to give an additional Luma point to a character. Is it just at camp? Like, I'm so confused. Alright, let's if we leave here, does it let us camp? Because if we can camp. Oh shit, I forgot I have to go through. Oh wait, are they still dead? No, but that's fine. Listen, I'm just trying to figure some shit out, okay? Chill. I'll fight you guys all again. No, I'm just trying to figure some shit out. Chill. Listen, let me out. I'm just trying to figure some shit out. Okay. Alright, go to camp. There we go. You can change the difficulty. No, I'm not changing the difficulty. I refuse. Alright, now, how do I... Like, how do I use my stuff? It said, like, can use at camp to upgrade your weapons. Inventory. I don't get it. Okay, there we go. Mail. Wait, do I have to do it like this? That still doesn't make sense, right? Okay. Upgrade attributes. There we go. Mail. Now. There's recoat, but there's not... It's not skills, is it? No, recoat resets the tree. Attributes. Recoat resets your attributes. Okay, so wait, how do you consume these things? How do you consume these things? I'm so confused.
I don't get it. How did I get all the way to the manor?
I don't know, girlfriend.
I don't know. But I'm grateful to whoever saved you.
I can't. I tried.
The main continent. Hard to believe we're finally here.
So, Steph. Whew, you missed some shit. The beginning of this game is wild. I already cried like an hour in. Alright, go to sleep. We've gone so far off the path now. So, the story is fucked up. So basically, I don't know if you can see her from here. Where's the map? Okay, you can't see her from here. But basically, like, way off in, like, the end of, like, the end goal of everything. Is it over here? You see it over here? Anyway, so there's this mythological being called the Painter, and she every year she wakes up once a year and she like paints a number onto this like monolith thing, and everybody who is that age is basically like wiped away from existence. So this is Gustav, and his ex-girlfriend, who like they're still like in love, like they're still like they still love each other and like they're still like in love, but I guess I guess he wanted to have kids and she didn't want to have kids because she was gonna be gommaged, which is because it's French, that's the name of what happens when you're erased. So I think that's why they broke up, but they're still in love. So he's younger than she is, obviously, so he didn't gommage. But so you like go with her and like hold her hand when she gommages, and everybody turns into like rose petals when they gommage, and it was very sad. And there was like a big French song playing, and it was very, very sad. But also at the same time, every single year they send a group of people to try and go defeat the paintress so that she won't paint another number the next year. Everybody who's ever gone to go fight the paintress has died, but they still keep sending them anyway because, you know, idiots. So that's what he's doing. So this is Expedition 33 because the number on the paintress's thing this time is 33. Yeah, so that's where we're at. This girl is like my sister, I guess, whatever. And this girl is like some magic lady who is on my team. And so, oh yeah, and then we got here. So we got here, right? So like, I'm assuming that nobody ages because it's been counting down. So like everybody who's 33 was the oldest person and now they've been erased. But when we got here, there was this old man. So like clearly he survived and he's not being erased. And then he fucking killed everybody, like just like, and like a bunch of like weird creatures that you couldn't see, like fucking just killed everybody. So now so far I think like us three are the only ones alive. I'm sure there's more people, but like so far we're the only ones alive. It's fucking crazy. Yeah. Yeah. I'm assuming they don't age because like I don't understand what the big deal would be. Like, if you're 32 now and you're turning 33, but the gommage for 33 already happened, then like you're safe. So like, who cares, right? Right? First strike. No, I'm gonna keep my points. Let's do this.
Let me help.
Alright, attack, skills. Lance. Wait, no, he is weak to electricity, that's right.
Thunder.
On guard. Skills. I don't really understand her things yet, so we're just doing it. Oh, too early. Dedge. We continue. Okay. Give me some XP for Mael. Alright, let's kill this guy. En garde! Wait. What am I doing? It's hard to line up headshots on a fucking controller. Woo. We continue. Alright, Mael has leveled to 6. We need to get her up to snuff. Oh, come on. That, like, how did that one not hit him? He was right in front of me.
Watch out! Brace yourself. Danger!
Mael, look out!
Okay. Too late. I swear I'll get better at this game. I swear.
Let the ink flow.
What? That's crazy. I need to get better at parrying. Like, that's the key. That's the key. Okay. Let's rest. Get our health back. Oh yeah, I can upgrade now. Who? Mael. Okay, Mael needs some stuff. Alright, let's give her some health. Let's give her some agility. Some defense. And the rest will go to might, I guess. Wait, what? Wow, I have a lot of points. Okay, hold on. Perfect. 3 points. Give her some luck. She hasn't some luck in a minute here. He's got 3 as well. Alright. Learn skills. 4 points for her. Okay. Degagement. Or this one. Okay, so we'll get both of them. This one and that one. You've got one too. Thermal transfer. Deals low single target ice damage. Gains 4 AP if target is burning. Oh, that's kind of not bad. Ooh, this does fire damage to all enemies, though. Okay. Let's go.
These dead Nevrons. Who could have done this?
Guess.
So you didn't just stay in your mansion.
I'm supposed to believe you killed all them?
Guess we found 68's boat.
I'm sorry, what?
There's a path through the boat.
That anchor doesn't look man-made.
I'm sorry, what? Are these guys fighting? Probably shouldn't have done that, but it's fine. We're already here. Powerless. Ugh, okay. Skills. Mark you.
Let us stain them.
Skills. Ice. You. Slow. Okay. Skills. Fire damage. Switches to boost. Okay, let's do this one. Who has more? Oh, I can't mark that guy because Gustav has him. Okay. Reduces character damage. Okay, nice. Okay. Oh. I didn't know it came back. Okay. Alright, easy. So it's a 1, 2. Okay. Got the second one, but I didn't get the first one. Okay. We can do this. Why did I do that? Gustav has the other one marked. Oh, I'm so dumb.
Danger.
That was dumb. Okay, let's see if I can make this. Let's go. Let's go! Parrying is fun when you can do it. Brulerum. Brulerum. Ooh. I wanna fight you. Wait, no, come here. Oh, no, no, no. I tried to fight him first, but... Alright, I'm gonna have to parry now.
Danger!
Oh, shit.
Gustav, don't die!
Oh. Okay, apparently I don't know what I'm doing. That first of all. That second of all. And that. Oh, that was not. Okay, that was a waste. Okay. Okay. Skills. Oh shit, okay. Not that one. Oh, I didn't get that third one. Okay. I will figure it out. Too early on that one. Too early on that one.
Take him down.
Nice. And last shot. I love that she shoots out of her sword. Okay, so there's something over there. But let's look over here. There's like a there's a guy over here, so. Oh, no, hit him first. Oh my god. I can't estimate.
Get ready.
Ooh, nice. Okay. What? Every time. Powerless.
Take them down.
Let us stain them.
Let us stain them. Sounds a little weird. What? That was crazy. That was crazy. Gib.
An advantage.
An advantage. No, good job. Okay. Yeah, grab. There we go. Grab. Wait, what's... There's nothing here? No way. No, there's not. See, there's not nothing here. Look at that shit. What is this?
We can use that.
Augmented aim. 50% free aim damage. Nice. Don't do anything cool. Okay, I'll try. Oh, okay. Okay, well, apparently no fall damage. I have no idea where I am now. There's another looty over there, guys. That was too high up. I couldn't get it. I need to figure it out. Oh, you are a thing. Diminuer. What's this never doing? Examine. It doesn't seem threatening. It's clinging to a metal chain. Doesn't it usually carry a mine? What if I were to give it one? Let's leave it. I'm not giving him a mine. That just seems dangerous for me. Okay, so that's a down. I don't... Some of these things I don't know how to get to. Like, am I supposed to have like a double jump or something like that I don't have yet? Because some of these loots... Like, now I can't even see it, so I have to go back. Alright, so where would I... Like, what is down here? There's like a thing up there. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, there it is. Wait, is that the one?
Nice.
Oh, I think that's the one. A lost Diminuer mine. Wait, was that what I was looking for? Wait, was that what I was looking for? Not like for the quest. I mean, like just a minute ago. Was that the same purple that I was looking at? Yeah, okay. It's a... Okay, well... I think so. It was like on the way up here. Yeah, I think that was it. Okay. But I still didn't find that other one. From before. Earlier. Hello, I have a mine for you. Hey, hold this. There you go. I feel like this is a bad idea. Okay. Whoa.
It said something.
Oh. Oh, okay. I think that's for her. Look at that shit. Oh my gosh. Amazing. Okay. Does she have a new Pictos that I can have? Are Brooke, thank you so much for the raid. How are you? How was Valheim? Holy smokes. What, Valheim? What a throwback. How was Valheim? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. Ooh, welcome in, everybody. We are doing Expedition 33 for the first time. Okay, so I think we have to go back up anyway. Like, I think that this was like side thing. And I think I have to go through the other gate. Eikthyr attacked right as I was raiding. No! Oh my gosh, that's so funny. I mean, it's not funny, but that's so funny. What got you back into Valheim? You know, it's so funny. I honestly was like really thinking about getting back into some sort of survival craft of some sort. Some sort of survival craft of some sort. Yes, I did say that. Okay. But yeah, guys, you know the deal. This is actually perfect timing, so I can go piss girl while the raid video plays. Thank you so much for the raid. I will be RB. Hopefully I'll be quicker than the raid video will be. RB. Alright, enjoy.
Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. Look at that donk.
Why are you so excited for this?
And I died. Oopsies.
You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Put your clothes on.
What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? My mom?
Are you pooping?
I'm a big girl. I do Mordors.
Do you think he survived? This is literally... Let's go faster! I died. What do I do about this giant ball chasing me?
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down and I can see it.
Oh my god.
He's still rolling.
Cannibal swinging at you, the moose is running laps around you. Don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up? I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Okay, have fun, bye! It'll save you hundreds of money on your car insurance by switching to doo-doo-poo-poo. I'm trying to make the poop! Go, bees!
Bees! Run to get the bees!
Oh
It's
my
on the hot dogs! What is happening?
I keep finding these boners. You can have your very own Greg. It's soup. It's soup. Where are the Vajujans? I just want to be beautiful like her. I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Okay, game is done. Okay, thanks for coming.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Perfect timing. Look at that. Thank you, Ark. I appreciate it. If you have to raid and run, do family stuff, dinner stuff, any of that. Doing Valheim as a co-op. I still haven't decided what I'm doing during the week. Valheim? Yeah, I want to get back into Valheim. I want to get back into Icarus. I literally loaded it up today. And I was like, shit, this is really hard right now without any of my stuff. What's all this? How come that other one was like dripping?
It's forging something. So they have intelligence.
Am I sufficiently traumatized? Yeah, this game is crazy so far. Can I just go past them? Do I have to fight them? Should I fight them? Oh, there's a purple thing there, though. What if I just grab it and run?
Perfect.
Ah! Come on, Shadowheart. What are you doing? Alright, I want to try it. It'll probably have that other guy with him, though. That's the problem. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it. Oh my gosh. close enough. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it. I'll probably die, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to not die. All right, let's shoot you first. All right, and then... Ooh, I've only got 3. Okay, well... Let's do just 4. Ungalled. Okay.
Get ready.
Okay, see if I can dodge this one. Nice, okay. Oh, where's this moving? Oh, that was a jump and I fucking forgot. Okay. That's fine. It's fine. I have not a lot of health. It's totally cool. That'll happen. Yeah, I'm absolutely sure it will because I do not have skill.
On me.
Okay, big hitties. Big hitties. Oh, he burned! Oh, he burned. Big hitties, big hitties. Look at my glowing beard. You know what? What? If you're gonna say he cute, I'm on it because he cute. I think he's super cute. Ooh, a flag. Rest. Fast travel. What? Okay, upgrade attributes. Who's got some attributes for me? Okay. Let's do this. Let's do that. Can I move my camera real quick? He looks like Robert Pattinson. Is that what you're gonna say? Hold on. Let me switch his hair. Hold on. Hold on. I don't have his good hair on. Hold on. Hold on. This is very important. Let me put his good hair on. There we go. Look at him. He looks like Robert Pattinson, but he's not Robert Pattinson. Oscar Isaac? I can see that. It's like Robert Pattinson and Oscar Isaac together. I see it. I see it. I see it. All right, she's got 6 points now. All right, so let's give her some health. Okay, 3 of those. Attack power. Let's give her some attack. Her speed's not too bad already. And then her, let's give her some more attack. And let's give her some this. Yeah. Gustav is my dude. I'm kind of like crushing on Gustav. TBH. Alright, she's 3 points. What is this one? Swift stride. Guard up. Apply shell. Just don't get hit, you know? 2 points. I see what 2 is. Okay, I kind of want to try this one too. I want explories. We're back. Okay. The Wall of Marts.
This will be useful.
This will be useful. Holy shit! Make dinner? Don't get traumatized too much? I'll try. I'm kind of hungry. It's only 8:30. I should probably order. I should probably order. Okay, now. Attack. Do more damage because he's marked. Okay, now. She has 4 points. Earth Rising. Let's do that one. This one.
Let's spill
Okay.
some ink.
She also has 4, so. Okay, counter, dead. Okay, this is the jump one. Jump. Nice. Okay, did it that time. I did it that time.
Let's spill some ink.
Let's spill some ink.
Flames. On me.
Let the ink flow.
Oh my gosh, okay. Oh, he died! He burned. Let's go. I like when they just burn and just die. They're like, I'll just take care of it myself. 2 AP and dealing damage to a marked target once per turn. Oh, I need to put that on Gustav. Okay, so Gustav, I need to move. Okay, so his marking shots. Okay, burning shots, dead energy. All right. So this one I think I'm gonna swap out. Yes. And then I'm gonna put rewarding. Yes. Okay. So he has apply mark on free aim and have burn on free aim, and then okay. So then he also does. Okay. I know I didn't finish a single sentence, but I'm good. Defenses. Perfect dodge once per turn. That one I can probably change to that one. Okay. Oh, here we go. He's finally got a new weapon. Oh! What does frost? That's kind of cool. Okay. Where's... I can't look at the map when I'm in here? Okay. I don't know which direction I'm supposed to be going. Like, once I, like, loot something, I'm like, did I go this way? Did I come this way? I obviously didn't, because there's loot here.
Great.
Forward. 50% break damage on base attack. Okay. Wait, did I pass this flag or not? Okay. I'm pretty sure I came in this way, right? No, because there's a man here. Okay, I'm going the correct way, clearly. No, this is backwards, because this is the other... Okay, this is backwards, but that's fine. We'll fight these guys for XP. Alright, so let's do what we gotta do. We shoot that guy. Let me break his stance. And then... do this.
Let the ink flow.
Then I got AP back. Nice. Okay. Now she She does electric damage now? Oh, okay, yes she does. Okay, and then she does fire damage. Low fire damage first. Do this one. Okay, now he's burning. Okay. One hit counter, love that. Okay. He's burning. Okay, is this the jump? Nice. I'm just gonna attack. And I'm just gonna attack. Okay. Alright, so now I definitely know we're going the wrong way. Because that's the anvil. Okay. I hear groaning. Give me this. Give me this. No! Well, that sucks, because he's gonna get the first hit. Okay. Shit. Okay, at least I parried the last one. Damn.
Get ready.
Danger.
Oh my god, I didn't dodge any of those. That's crazy. He's burning. Oh, I missed the second one. Shit. Okay. What? Why were you not included in the previous one? That's some bullshit. That's some bullshit is what that is.
A storm is coming.
I'm an earthbender now.
Okay.
This should be the jump one, right? Oh, that's different. Oh, that's different. Fuck. That was different. I wasn't expecting that. Oh, I missed that. Got him. Got him. That's crazy. I did not realize that both of them were going to charge at me like that. Okay, anyway. I think there was a flag close by? Okay, that's the way to go. I saw a flag. There was a flag. Where's the flag? There it is. Yeah, see, what's the growling? It's that whatever that beast is that was like over us. Ooh, what's this? A Downies? Ooh, a note.
Expedition 68, Elodie. It's a miracle any of us survived. We were caught in the maelstrom and flung from wave to wave. We lost the moon and the stars, condemned to a never-ending darkness of punishing rain and raging clouds. The Paintress sent a storm to overcome us, but it is we who have overcome the storm. After surviving that, crushing those Nevrons was almost an afterthought. Strength and resilience, it's how we survived that storm, and it's how we grabbed victory.
Victory.
It wasn't even a battle. It was an ink bath. We squeezed those Nevs dry. But this new one looks tougher than the others.
So, does anyone else find it strange that they like refer to like ink as the same that they refer to like blood? Here. Oh, look, one of those puzzle things. Here's one. Oh wait, no, it's not. I was deceiving. Alright, here's the— wait, no, back up. There's one. There's two. Ah! Ah! Oh my god, 3 of them? Just kill me fucking now, I guess. Holy shit. Okay. 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 Okay.
Some ink.
Holy shit. I'm not still really understanding the firing out of her sword that she does, but you know, what do I know? Okay. Somehow I still pulled that off. Oh shit. Ah shit. Okay. More damage because he was marked. Let's go. One of you. Oh, oh. No, I can't. I don't have any more. I don't have any more. Ah! Okay, ready and nope and ah! I don't know how to fucking I can't dodge that one apparently. Okay. Apparently I can't fucking dodge that one. Whatever.
Finesse and grace.
Okay,
I'm ready.
Okay. dodge. Okay. I don't know how to dodge. Is that not dodgeable?
Chroma is flowing.
Oh, she's got so many. Holy shit. Okay. Applies 2 more burn. Regains 2 AP if burning. Okay. Skills. I'm at my 5 for overcharge. Okay. Nice. Rewarding mark. Okay, now where's the last one of the lots? Is that it? Guess so. Let's go.
An advantage.
Let's go. An advantage. For why, though? Ah, this is for why.
You can use that.
Yeah, but I still don't understand how to use those. Whoa. Mayel, we're not up there anymore, sweetheart. We're over here now. Wait, is that it? Was that the whole thing in here? This was the extra? Yeah, looks like it. Okay. Wait, was there a flag? Uppies. 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 No, I'm going uppies. You can't touch me. Ah! Ah! Okay. And he's marked.
A storm is coming. Feel the burn.
I'm ready.
Come. I'm ready.
Ready to count.
What? I missed all of those?
Get ready. Brace yourself.
Okay, that's better. More frickin' like it.
A storm is coming. Feel the burn.
More like it. Oh my. He followed me. Okay, well. Luckily. Okay. That's not really that great. Shit. Okay. Okay. Shit. Shit! Oh, I missed it. How did I do that? Well, shit. Woo! That wasn't bad at all, actually.
Danger!
Hey! I'm like, not bad, but I'm not great, but I'm getting a little bit better.
Well,
Roma.
that will help.
An advantage. Alright, which way did it come from? I think it came from this way? Yeah, because that's that. What the fuck is going on? It just switched from like beautiful to like not.
I don't like this.
Oh, I'm not a huge fan of this. Merde.
This one is gigantic.
Avoid those at all costs.
Holy shit. What is going on in this game now? There's climbing. And then there's also this. Oh, there's two climbs. Which one's the good climb? Oh. I fucking hate that. Oh, I fucking hate that.
Take him down.
A storm is coming.
Yikes. Oh my god, he does not burn? Motherfucker does not burn.
Chroma is flowing.
Electricity?
Thunder!
That okay. Nothing for that either. Okay. He's got a 10 stack of burn. That's crazy. Okay. Holy shit, this guy's gonna take 500 years. If I can even beat him. He's got a 10 stack of burn, that's crazy. Oh shit. Yeah, that one I still have not learned how to dodge.
Lune, watch out!
I was doing so good! Alright, can I overcharge? No, I need 2 more. Damn. Alright. Let's use... Okay.
I'm better.
Okay, Gustav. Let's go. Alright, fuck. Okay. Fuck. Is that not parryable? Is that what the trick is?
Let me take this!
Let the ink flow. Feel the burn.
This guy is tanky as fuck.
Get ready.
What? I hit it that time, you bitch. Okay, I'm not reviving her again, unfortunately. I don't think I want to beat this one. I think that this is like literally a troll. I don't think you're supposed to be able to beat this guy right now. Oh no, here goes the stop. Holy shit, somehow he lived. Somehow he lived. All right.
Get ready.
Okay. Woo! Skills. Oh, we've only got a 2 overcharge. This one. Oh, I can't believe that. Okay. Whose hair? Mael's hair? Okay, cool. Wait, so like what was here? Just this. This better be good. What is this?
We can use that.
I still don't understand how to use those, so, you know, there's that. That's crazy. Okay. I have to... It's the light. It's the weird light in this place. Like, it catches sometimes. Like, see how it's not? And then now it's something, the lighting in here is doing it to him. I need to touch a flag though, so I can get my health back. Right, yeah. I'm lying about it actually. Whoop. Okay, nope. 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 I need to touch a flag. I need my health back before I do any of that shit. There's a flag right there. Cool. Oh, oh god. Why can't I touch this? There we go. That was weird. Rest. Okay, attributes. Radioactive. Radioactive. right. That System of a... I know, it's such a great System of a Down song, you know? Learn skills. All right, 6 points. Gustav doesn't have any points that are 6. He's got this one, though, which is very high single target damage. That's crazy. Okay. She's got 1, and she's got 5. Ooh, what are these? Okay. Reapplies current stance and gives 2 to 4. Okay, it applies defenseless, applies shell. Alright, so what does this one do? Deals medium single fire damage, 2 hits. Let's get that one. Okay. Now, I'm going to immediately perish, but let's try this guy. Like, I'm definitely instantly dead. But let's try it. Let's try it. Borgian. Okay. Okay. Skills. Oh my god, I do no damage! Holy shit, I do no damage! Wow, okay. Ooh, yeah, this is not happening here. Okay, he's weak to electric. Oh. Oh, you just ate my friend.
Danger!
Can you spit my friend back out, please?
Let me flow.
Oh my god, a 5-hit combo, okay. I tried to dodge all of them and I did not dodge a single one. I love that for me. That's so fun. Alright, we'll do one more so I can get my overcharge.
Chroma is flowing.
Okay.
Thunder!
I need you to spit my friend out. Oh.
Get ready.
Skills. Overcharge.
For those who come after.
Okay, that was a big chunk of damage. And my friend back. Okay. Yay!
Storm is coming.
I'm gaining AP. Okay. That's unfortunate.
Thunder!
Take them down.
Let's spill some ink. Flames. On me.
Okay. No! Stop eating my friend. Okay. Okay, is he burning? He is burning, okay. Jesus, okay. Oh my gosh, amazing, okay. Okay. Virtuoso.
Strike! Please survive!
Get ready.
Oh shit. Shit! She's got defensive now? Okay. There we go. Okay. Yeah, you have my other friend still. There we go. Oh, I beat him! Oh my god, let's go! I can't believe I did that. Oh my god, I can't believe I beat that. Holy shit. Okay. Let's go. Abyssarim. Whose is that? Is that a Gustav weapon? Yeah, it is. Oh, it doesn't do better. Okay. Wait, how do I leave this? Oh, okay. Okay. Let's heal again. Upgrade. Okay, she apparently has some stuff. That's fine. Okay. So there's an uppies over there, it looks like. Ooh, a rando flag? Clearly it's not rando, but... What? What the fuck is this? Big ass arena? Is this thing gonna fall on me? Here we go. A rose, not suspicious at all. Oh, the stretch. Ugh. That's so sussy. Is that a dead person? Oh, I didn't see what you're probably, to be honest. That's so sussy though. The rose. No, they turn into rose petals.
Watch out!
You're right.
Only attacks when...
It's coming.
Oh shit. Okay, apparently it wants the rose. God blue. What? That wasn't a jump one? That was just a defend one? That's kind of bullshit. Whatever.
storm is coming.
A storm is coming.
Ice.
Oh, let's go, music.
Flames on me. Let's dance.
This is a bop. Let's go.
Flames. Rain.
God blue grows flowers. What? Okay. Come on, Earth Thunder, baby.
Flames. On me.
Okay. Oh, I was late on the third one. I was doing so good. That sucks. Okay. Okay, I'm learning. I'm learning. I'm learning.
Let me taste death!
Oh, get punched in the nutsack, apparently. Okay, he is weak to lightning, it looks like.
Thunder.
And rain.
And I don't have any lightning as her. Help say. Okay. Don't absorb flowers, because it's probably going to give you health back. Oh no, it just gave you a shield? Okay. Burn, bitch. Burn, baby, burn. Alright, 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 alright. Let's just do this.
Chroma is flowing.
And then for you, we'll do this.
Thunder.
Oh my, the last one, I can't get the timing on. I'll get it though, I'll get it. Hopefully before the end of this fight. I've gotten the other two though. Why is this such a fucking bop?
What's this?
Okay, skills. Let's go with this one.
Lightning. Strike.
Oh, big damage. I am in defensive strike. Switches to both. Okay.
Get ready.
Oh, okay. I didn't time that right. That's okay. That's okay. It's just gonna be shields this time again? Ooh, so many shields, okay. Oh no. Got it that time. Hit him in the dick.
Romance flowing.
2. Attack. Shield, okay. 1. Attack. Okay.
Take cover.
That last one, damn it, again. Okay.
Brace yourselves.
Oh no. No, I can't get the last one. I did so good. I did so good. I need the last slam on that 3-part butt slam. What is the timing of that third one and why can't I do it? All right, I'm doing this again. Come here, motherfucker. Come here, motherfucker. Okay. Bam. That sucks. Okay. 1, 2, 3. What? Am I too? I'm too fucking early, but I can't figure it out.
Lightning, strike.
Let's spill some ink.
Okay.
Flames, rain.
Chroma is flowing. Thunder.
Okay. I'm in offensive already, so this one? Perfect. Okay. Alright, I have to figure this out. Got it that time. That was just that was luck guessing though. Okay. 9, 10. Let's just do overcharge, even though I'm not fully.
Let me paint death!
I punched in the dick.
Lightning.
Oh, I did it too early. Shit. Was not full potential there. Alright, I'm stanceless. He is not on fire. So we're going to apply fire. Okay. Alright, skills. Ooh, okay, I got to... Can I, like, shoot the flowers? No? Okay. Not worth. Whatever. Alright. Absorbing the flowers to get the shield. Okay, and then I've got the 2 girls' turns. Okay.
I'll do it.
Oh, shit. No! You son of a bitch. Okay. Holy shit. Revive an ally. Let's go.
I'm back.
Okay.
Finesse and grace.
She's got 7 points for her skill. She's in a virtuoso stance now, so swift stride.
On fire.
Okay. Regenerating your flowers, that's fine.
Danger.
Oh shit. Get parried? Okay. Let's go. Okay, okay. Let's see who's getting better. All right.
Wait.
It seems peaceful. As long as we don't touch the flowers.
Yeah, let's not get too sentimental. It's still a paintress creation.
Putain!
Putain!
Damn, Maya, what was that?
It felt familiar somehow.
Gustave, we won't understand what's going on if we kill everything that moves.
Also true.
Look, a red tree. The gestural village must be ahead.
You know what Nevrons are capable of.
She'll be fine.
She'll be fine.
Okay, I'm getting a little better. Okay. Use at camp to upgrade the healing tint. All right, does anybody have new weapons? No. How long are we in this like weird water level for, I wonder? Oh, I think we're leaving right now. I think we're leaving right now. Find your way through flying waters. Let's go. Mael's nightmare. Not ominous at all. Totally fine.
Still too far.
Being out here isn't what I expected.
As expected. Hey. You okay?
Death out here's not like death in Lumiere, is it? I thought I was used to losing people. I've have a foster child, right? But not like that. On the beach. That man.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Nevrons we were prepared for, but not. And now we've finally found other survivors, and it's... You know, that's the insidious thing about the Gommage. It's predictable, almost gentle. It makes Lumiere complacent and accepting, but... The Gommage is equally violent than death. Death is just as final.
I've been having nightmares.
Yeah, me too. Look, if death approaches, I want you to run. No, promise me. Run. Especially if we meet the man from the beach. We can't face him. You see him? You run.
Only if you do the same.
Oh, I'm running as soon as I see a strand of white hair, trust me. You won't even see me, I'm running so fast.
Oh, please, you're an old man. I can outrun you any day.
Yeah, right. There was a time when 30 was young, you know?
Aw.
Sure.
Aww. Aww. Oh, that's so rough.
Surprised to find you here.
I hope we can trust him.
Well, at least we can upgrade our Pictos.
We can upgrade our Pictos from him? Oh, we can upgrade our weapons. Okay. Critical improvement. List available weapons for the current character shown to the left. Okay, power level are alphabetically. Weapons are the main source of attack power. Passive effects from weapons can't be learnt as Lumina and are only active if the weapon is equipped. Weapons also scale their damage from some of your attributes. For example, weapon that scales with agility means the more agility character has, the more damage the weapon will deal. Its scaling power is defined by the associated letter ranking D to S. Yeah. The Curator can upgrade your weapons using Chroma Catalyst. Upgrading weapons increases their attack power and attribute scaling and can unlock new passive effects at specific rarity levels. Weapons of different qualities require different Chroma Catalysts to be upgraded. Upgrade a weapon. Let's go. Okay. Okay, so that does about the same. Okay, lightning skill costs one less. Yeah, okay. I think I'm gonna keep her lightning for now, though. Okay. And then what else can he do? My expedition resources. The Curator can increase Lumina points for each character and improve hints by increasing their potency. Adding a Lumina point to a character costs 1 color of Lumina. There's no limit to the amount of Lumina points that a character can have. Improving tints requires special items. Each tint requires a different item. Improving tints increases their effectiveness. Each tint can only be improved twice. Alright, so let's give her 1. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then we'll hold the other 2. Okay. Upgrade tint. There we go. Cool. Is that it? Let's see. Learn skills. Who's got some skills? All right. He's got to hold on to... She's got 1. She's got 2. All right. So we're holding on to skills now, it looks like. All right. Does anyone have anything to say?
How did the Gestrels survive out here?
I'm not sure.
I can't wait to ask them. Gestrels?
Told you Gestrels were real.
You did not.
Well, I thought it.
Oh, that definitely counts, Mail. Check up on the others. Witness an optional scene at camp. Ooh.
Been a long time since I've seen you play.
Yeah, like 4 days.
A Gestral village.
Yeah. I still can't believe they exist. I mean, what other fairy tales are real?
This is ultimately a war of information. There's still too much we don't understand. Where the paintress comes from? Why she does what she does? Who is she? 70 years and we still barely know anything.
And the man on the beach. Yeah, too many unknowns. But if we take down the paintress, at least that gives future generations a chance to unravel the mystery.
You seem better than before.
Yeah. Holding it together. Shock's worn off. A bit. We can't bring anyone back.
He's so handsome.
But I thought We can keep their spirit alive by pushing forward. And at least there's 3 of us now. The mission hasn't changed.
Tomorrow comes.
Tomorrow comes.
Tomorrow comes. Okay. Write in the journal. I want to write in the journal every time it comes up. This is I'm writing a journal. Writes about how the arm they created for him was incredibly useful against water-type Nevrons. He hopes that one day his apprentices will read everything he wrote. Okay.
For those who come after.
For those who come after. Alright, go to sleep. Alright. Find the Gestural village in the middle of the ancient sanctuary. Okay, so that's like literally where we're going.
Did Noko tell you anything more about the village?
I
Other
want to
than
fight these
red
things.
trees everywhere.
Noko's not great with specifics.
We'll just have to think like
Should I
Gestural.
try? I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it. Okay. First strike. You. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Unguard. Stanceless. Spark. These guys are already burning, so let's apply. Burn on him. Oh, so close. Okay, he died. Nice. Okay. Counter and dead. What's the worst that could happen? I could just die. Or not, because I just countered. Let's go. Let's go. Nice. Too easy. Hi, Horseman. How are you? You've missed so much. Is that where I'm supposed to go? Oops. No? It's somehow not right here? Confused? It's like right in front of me. Oh, I see it. Apparently it's right there. Apparently it's right there.
That's a lot of red trees to search.
They must have some sort of track or trail leading to the village.
Wait, I hear something. It might be Nevrons. Be careful, okay?
First of all, sitting down. It's been very pretty. It's been a very pretty game so far. Why did I only get 2 for him, I wonder? Okay. Is this a fighty thing? Do I fight you? Wait, come back. Wait, come back. Wait, come back. I want to punch you. Okay, what? What's the gimmick? Ooh. Alright, how do I? Thank you.
Nice.
Burning mark. Nice. Ah. Oh, come on. Come on. No, go. There we go. So what the fuck do I do with this, like, runaway thing? No. Young boy, another expedition. 33. Who are you? Me? A dream, an illusion. I don't really remember what I did all of this for. I miss laughing with everyone. Clee, what were their names? Why do I forget? Everything is washed away. The boy has gone silent. Why?
Wow.
That's a lot of dead Nevrons.
Who did?
What?
I don't see any.
I think they mean us.
They must be gestrels. They're cute, but they're idiots.
Oh. Oh, fuck.
Hey, we're not Nevrons!
Oh no. Does it go first? No, I go first. Okay. Time to fight. Wow, don't do a lot of damage. Oh shit, okay. Okay. Everyone just light this man on fire. Okay, the clunky combo is weird. Okay, so you, okay. Still have to dodge the last one even if you get the jump attack. Okay. I got it, Chad. I got it. I got it. Oh, it's resistant to that. Well, shit. Well, shit. Okay. Thought I'd do that on time, but I guess not. Oh, just fucked off. Oh, it's a little baby.
Don't worry. We don't want to hurt you, Patat. Noko sent us.
Kapatate. Oh, noko te kepate. Oh, hati noko ke parka de be sakapatate.
If you guide us to your village.
Lero maricor. Okay, Lil. Pero karemibo sa kapatat.
Okay, Rocket Raccoon.
Guide us to your village and maybe he'll make you something better.
Wait, what are you...
Trust me, I hate liars.
Okay, Lil. Okay, Lil. Leko gami sa kapatat.
Sack of patata. I want a sack of potatoes.
You're better with gestural than humans.
They're less complicated.
Oh, absolutely hideous. Okay, so Pictos. Let's give her some new Pictoses here. Critical chance on burning. Yeah, I definitely don't need that one anymore. Let's do augmented aim. My burn on hitting a marked enemy. Increased counterattack damage. Increased free aim damage. Okay, whatever. His are all pretty good so far. Is there anything I don't like so far? It's not that I don't like it, but the learning curve is a little tough. Like learning the timing of parrying and learning the timing of dodging and all that is just a little tough. But it'll come in time, I think. Yeah, he does look like Robert Pattinson. It's not Robert Pattinson though, but it does look like him. But yeah, so far I'm 5.5 hours in. I've gotten better. I've gotten better. I've definitely gotten better. I need to, like, it sucks that I need to get hit by some of the moves to learn the timing before I can learn how to dodge it and stuff. Oh, there's an enemy over there. God, these little tiny little itty bitty gnats are absolutely killing me. This is pretty. This is pretty.
Well, that will help.
Give me this house. Let me rob this house.
You can use that.
Revive tent. Let's go. I need to go shit. Let me shit. Another one of these fuckers. All right, let's get this one. Let's get this one. I hate these fuckers, but we got it. All right, first strike. What is it fucking weak to, dude?
Flames on me.
Okay, fuck you.
A storm is coming.
How did I break him last time? Overcharge is at 6.
Guess this will.
Okay. Oh no. I've never figured out this one.
A storm is coming.
I'd really like to be able to hit a counterattack, but alas.
A storm is coming. Lightning, strike.
Come back, Mael.
Careful, Mael.
No, fuck me. I have yet to dodge that attack effectively. Just wanna point that out.
Feeling better.
Oh. No, I don't need to heal myself. Fuck.
Lune, watch out!
Oh, come on, I hit that one, you son of a bitch.
Feel the burn.
This is crazy.
Lune, watch out!
I don't know what to do. I don't know how to not get hit by this shit.
For those who come after.
Fuck me! Fuck! God fucking fuck!
Not looking good.
Oh, okay, I failed apparently. Love that.
Don't fall.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god, there's no shot. I just did that. Ooh, gaming. She's gaming.
Let's push forward.
Thanks.
Oh, fuck you.
I can do it. not giving up.
Okay. La 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 la. That sucks. Okay. Skills. Shit. I am hitting the third one! Oh my god, you're driving me crazy right now. I'm literally hitting the third one, I swear.
Come on.
Oh my lord. Fuck you, mime! Fuck you, mime! Fuck you, mime! Fuck you, mime! Killed 2 of my teammates and I still fucked you up. I did it. Gaming. She's gaming. She's gaming. Alright, I am going to run downstairs really quick and grab the French fries that I ordered because I'm feeling snacky. So this is a perfect opportunity for everyone to just enjoy the music, stretch your legs, go piss girl. I'll be right back. I am back. Pink's a real gamer girl. She be gaming. She be gaming. That fight was hard. That fight was hard. Can you have a bite? Yeah. I'm a little disappointed. This place that I get these cheese fries from, as cheap and as ghetto as it sounds, it's usually cheese sauce. But this time they put actual cheese on it. And it's like... I wanted the cheese sauce. Yes, cheese sauce is better than cheese on fries. I know. That's what I'm saying. All right, I want to fight this guy.
Nice.
I'm gonna fight this man. Get farted on. Oh, what's this? Interesting. Oh my god, I have no HP, guys.
No margin for error.
I have no HP. Look at me.
I'm ready.
Sheesh. Oh, I broke the catapult. That's kind of cool.
Take cover.
What do I do? Oh.
Ready to evade.
What the fuck? I didn't know when the attack was coming. Oh no. To be fair, I had 1 HP on 2 of my characters, but not realizing it. All right, so let's go back and touch the thing. There's gotta be a flag somewhere. It's terrifying. Touch the thing for heals, yeah. Okay, I don't want that man. Oh my god, I don't want that man either.
Fascinating.
How do they even stand?
Please give me a touchy.
Nice.
Oh yeah, isn't that a thing? This, right? Yeah, I forgot that's a thing. I forgot that's a thing. Thank you for the reminder. Almost like the game told you about it in the beginning.
Feel the burn.
Boing. Boom. Nice. Oh, okay. That was late. I was late. Burn. Wait, how are you not burning? Okay. Trebuchem. It's kind of cool. Ooh. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, so now I can probably go back to fight those other things.
Ugh, this place is confusing.
They
Lune,
built it to
I
make
feel
their
like
village
you
harder to find.
You complain about a lot of things. Are you a thing? I fight man. I fight man. Okay. Boom. Okay. Okay. Skills. Applies burn. Too early that time. What? I don't. What? Okay.
A storm is coming.
God, I hit the button. Motherfucker. Okay, well. Well, shit. That sucks because I swear I hit the button that time. Really annoying. This is probably gonna be a bust. Oh. Did I even get to react to that? Wait, did he counter me? Is that what just happened? I think he just countered me. No! I didn't do such a thing. You might ask, why do you and others chat like turn-based games? I've never really been a fan of them. I was actually never really a fan of them until Baldur's Gate, to be honest. If the story is really, really good, I can deal with the turn-based combat. Like, I can learn. But normally, they're not something I would go for. Okay, how the fuck do I... Like, that's gotta be the right way. What's that giant bell over there? Alright, let's try this motherfucker again. Let's try this motherfucker again. Okay. How many shots does this guy's arm need here? There it is. I broke his arm. Okay. Immolation. But this one, I feel like this one's kind of a little different in the sense that it's reactive. Like you're not just kind of like stuck with just dealing with whatever it does. Like you can react to it and parry and dodge and stuff like that. Okay. Here's another guy. Oh, too slow. Slow and a lot of reading. That ding dang reading, man. Oh, I wasted my thing. So it's resistant. Okay, well. Well, shit.
Get ready.
Oh, I can't get the timing on that one because it's fucking hidden. Okay.
Danger.
Oh my gosh, why can't I get the timing? I can't get the timing. The bloody timing. This has to be it, right?
Ugh, this place is confusing.
Yeah, you keep
Built
saying
it to make
that.
their village harder to find.
All right, so there's that guy there. Purple.
An advantage.
An advantage. All right, let's try this fucker. Wait. Let's do that one first. And then let's try this fucker. Okay. Let's get this guy out of the way this time. 2, 3. Get one of his shields down. 2 of his shields. Let's do this. Let's light him on fire.
Feel the burn.
Okay. Now, she can also light fire.
On me.
Callie's brother. Well. Ah, I parried it that time, motherfucker. Okay. Okay. Got the first 2. The third one's a jump, which is crazy. Oh, that's all that did?
Thanks. That's brave. Don't die. That's how you
I'm just talking shit. It's not how you do anything. Okay. So. Oh, wait, here's the thing.
63rd, Damien.
Damien.
I can't believe we crashed into this. Whatever this massive thing is. So much for Gerald's vaunted reinforced front plates. I can't believe we have to abandon the cars already. We're nowhere close to the Paintress. I'll definitely have a concussion. I could have sworn I saw some gestrels running out of that thing. I'm definitely hallucinating. Damn it, Hector. I told you to slow down!
They lose color when they're about to die. That's kind of a cool thing. I don't think I even noticed that. Where's that? What? What? Oh. I didn't even see that. Where's the third one, I wonder? Where's the third one? Can I even get up here? I can't even get up here. Oh my gosh. Oh, I got it on accident. It's funny. Okay. How do I get up here? I don't see a way up. Grab that. Grab the ledge. Grab the ledge. No? Okay. See, this goes down. Go that way. Why do you not jump? Jump. Grab. Okay. Oh. Grab. Oh. Grab. Did it.
This will be useful.
Did it. Alright, is this the only thing that's over here? Looks like it. Looks like it. A Renaissance fair? I mean, I can see it, but this is very French. It is very French. You're too sick. Aw. Nikki, that sucks that you're still not feeling good. What is this? What? Wait, is this just a shortcut now? The dresses those ladies wear? True.
They sound like kids.
We must be getting close to the village.
Weird. Where am I?
Kinda looks the same as all the others.
This is even more invincible.
Hey, don't get cocky, Maya. Look at its equipment. That looks a lot more dangerous than the others. No, seriously.
Holy shit, okay. Oh my gosh. Well, great start. Great start.
Let's spill some ink. Gustav, don't die!
What?
Parry it!
Okay.
A storm is coming.
Well, shit. Jacques the Viper, I like him. I like him.
Ready to parry.
Okay. Okay, fine.
Not looking good.
Jeez. Oh my god, he died after the fact.
Lune, watch out!
Every button I hit. Every single button I hit, it just no. It didn't dodge or parry any of the things I dodged or parried. Let's try that again, I guess. Yeah, no, I know. He streams. He streams on Twitch. Okay. Let's try this shit again, I guess. All right. What the fuck? I did the jump. Okay, whatever. Whatever, game.
A storm is coming.
Flames. On me. Guard up.
Nice. Okay, I don't... Okay. Confusion, but whatever.
Feel the burn.
shit. 1, 2, 3. Fuck! Oh, no, I don't want to ride. I want to heal. Her. Resistant, really?
Fire! Look out!
I hit the button. Okay.
Gustav, don't die!
Bullshit.
Brace yourselves.
Oh my god, come on. Bro, how many shots do you get? I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Oh my god, I healed her instead of myself.
Feel the burn.
Shit! Gustav! Gustav!
Here. Take cover.
I hit the button. That drives me crazy. Oh my god.
The expedition's not over.
For those who come after.
Oh, thank the Lord. Okay. What does that mean?
Thanks.
I don't know.
Brace yourself.
Oh, I don't know what to do.
I'm ready.
Oh, I just guessed. Oh, I just guessed.
Danger.
Okay, I don't know what to do with the last one, but I got 3 out of the 4 of those.
Okay.
Let's push forward. I'm ready.
Oh, I fucking hit the thing, I swear. Thing. My timing, it has to be like a millisecond off on some of these. Because like I'm hitting some of these things like for sure I'm hitting some of these buttons. For sure. Jump and parry the... I can't... Okay, I don't understand how to parry the last one, but that's fine. Whatever.
Let me help.
Feel the burn.
Blades. On me.
Okay. Okay.
I'll do it.
Ah, too slow. Too slow. Okay. Shit. Shit! Fuck. She's about to die because she's burning.
No margin for error.
Oh my god.
Feeling better.
From fire. Gustav, don't die.
Brace yourself.
Okay. Suddenly I can't get my timing.
A storm is coming.
Suddenly I can't get my fucking timing down?
Lightning strike.
This will hurt. Okay.
Okay, this run is busted. I don't know what the fuck is up with my timing.
Ready to evade.
Yeah, that can't. Yeah, this run's done. This run's over.
Ready to evade.
Yeah, just hit me, cause like whatever. Yeah, and then you have 100 fucking what you call it? 100 moves before I can go. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, you can parry the thing though. That's pretty cool. Okay. Am I under-leveled for this? Like, what's going on right now? Like, this is the next part of the thing, right? All right. Time is at 10:30. I do have Lumina, yeah. Wait, it says 0 out of 15. How do you... Available Lumina points. Oh, is this how you, like, do them up? Isn't that what that means on the side there? Like, isn't that what these things are? Currently to your Pictos. I don't get what that, like, why do I need more than what's in this? Like, I'm sorry if it's a stupid question, but like, why would I need more than what I've already got? For free. No stats, just skill. Oh, that's kind of cute. To equip more skills. But, okay, so now my question is, I have to swap them out for these things, right? But I don't have any better ones, really. I don't have any better ones, really. Alright. Let's try this one more time. Hi, Brosif! How are you liking Clair Obscur? So far, I really like it a lot. I'm not very good at it, but so far I really like it. Okay, jump. I don't know how to parry the last one. Whatever. Okay. Whatever, game. Okay. We like to burn. We burn, baby, burn, Disco Inferno.
Spill some ink.
Take cover.
Slamming the ground and okay.
Get ready.
Jump. I don't know how to counter the last fucking one, okay, game? Whatever.
Let me paint death!
Oh, it's early. Shit. Expose your little arm. You don't need to jump immediately. I did the same thing. Watch like the other attacks. Okay, that one was late, I guess. What the fuck? None of them. Not a single fucking one. Not a single fucking dodge. Not a single fucking dodge. Not a single fucking one.
Take cover. I'm ready.
Why are you such a hoe? Why do you get 7,000 fucking turns? Why does he get 7,000 turns? Excuse me.
Time to hit big.
Get ready.
Let us stay.
Fuck me.
Feel the burn.
Get ready.
I hit the button. Oh, I'm getting so fucking frustrated with just like not responding to me. Oh, I'm losing it. I'm losing it, guys. I'm losing it.
I'll do it.
No, I'm just bad, driver. I'm just bad.
A storm is coming.
No, I'm just bad, guys. I am just terrible.
Those who come up.
Nice. Okay.
Let's push forward.
Stunned. 1, 2, 3. You fucking bitch. Son of a bitch! Shit.
Careful, Mael. I won't waste this. Dodge your stuff. Let the ink flow.
I literally can't believe that right now.
Let's finish this.
Get ready.
Fuck me. Okay. I keep getting like this close each time. Seriously, this gnat is like crawling on my microphone now. Very annoying. All right, before I do the next one, I'm just gonna go piss girl, stretch my legs, all that jazz. Enjoy the music. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay. Let's try this motherfucker again. I keep getting close. And that's what's driving me crazy. Like, I'm getting close. Okay.
Take cover.
Oh, okay. Got it that time. Too early there.
A storm is coming. Brace yourselves. Brace yourselves.
Ah, too early that time again. Okay.
For those who come after.
A storm is coming. Ice, shut!
En garde.
Gustav, don't die!
I was too late. I was too late. I was too late. Fuck. Okay. Fuck. Already have to revive people.
Let's spill some ink.
He's not burning, so let's...
On me.
Oh, I fucked that up. Oh my god. Okay, I'm getting sloppy. I'm getting sloppy. I am okay. I don't know why I'm missing that one suddenly. I've been fine at that one.
Let us
Losing the timing on that one now too. Okay. I don't know what's going on, chat. I am not doing good now.
let the ink flow. Ready to evade.
Oh fuck. Too early on the last one. You have to do it right as the audio cue for it happens.
I can do it. Don't leave us.
Take cover. Ready to evade.
For those who come after.
Broken? Yes! Okay. Nice. Alright, Mael. Woo! Okay.
Okay.
Shit, too early.
Okay.
Careful, Mael.
Oh shit.
Let us stay.
Let's fucking go! Woo! Just had to lock in. Just had to lock in. Just had to lock in.
Chef.
Gorgla, lumma vina faitoru, kottara chestral, kamivori, obinna. Gorgla femikola nissu, poki.
Let's go! Yay!
We can use that.
Music is a bop. Let's go.
We can use that.
It's such a bop. Come on, guys. Just need to walk it out for a sec. I just needed to. No, I just need to lock the fuck in. Okay, so now where are we going? Just straight ahead. Okay. Ooh, what's this purple?
An advantage.
An advantage. Can I go here? What's this? No? Okay, fine. Gestural Village. Don't forget to visit him. Okay. Rest. Oh my gosh. Upgrade our attributes. 0 points available. Wow. Okay, she is 3 though. Let's give her some more attack power. Alright, learn skills. Everybody got mad skills. I still can't use his? Come on. Guess I could get that one plus this one. Yeah, let's get that. This, and then this. Alright, but how do I... Okay, assign skill. Let's get rid of Lumiere Assault and do that. Wait, no, Lumiere's the only one that... No, Lumiere needs 3. Powerful needs 3. Recovery needs 3. No, let's put... Mirror assault back. Recovery is fine, but I have kind of a healer. Yeah, I just got this one, Shatter. I just got it. I just got it. She's 4. Alright, what can she get? What's this? Shell. Defenseless. Replays current stance and gives 2 to 4 AP. What's this one? Creature damage. Looking at that one plus this one. Yeah, let's do that. And then do that. And then we'll assign them. This one. That one. Okay. What you got, Lume? 4. 4 points. Consumes all stains to deal high elemental damage. Can break it for... Ooh. Ooh. Okay. 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 But wait. I want to go fight some stuff. I want to go fight some stuff. Let me go talk to the Widders. Widders. Level up them Pictos. Level up your mom. No, for real. I don't actually know how to do that. Wait, where is he? Oh, he's in here, right? Yeah, he's in here. Okay. Hello, sir. Can you level my stuff up? Polished chroma catalyst. Wait, why no do? Sweet. So, okay, so like, how do I guess I don't understand. Because like, I only have 3, but I like these ones. Like, I like these passive ones that it gives me. But I can't put more. Oh, I can just add them? Oh, I thought like because I only had 3 slots, but you can just do whatever. Sure. Okay, that makes more sense. I was like, I can't. Like, I like the ones I have. What do you mean? What do you mean? I like the ones that it gives me. I get it now. I get it now. I get it now. Her Pictos are not the best. Oh wait, she doesn't have a break thing, does she? He does, though. But he does the mark, which is nice. Alright, I'll figure those out once I like nail down like my spells a little bit better. Okay. Hello.
Told you just.
You did not.
Well.
Oh, it's the same one. Okay. Write in my journal. That's where the crazy inventions the Jestrels came up with, and that they could learn some things. Oh, that's cute.
For those who come after.
For those who come after. Okay, go to sleep. Go to sleep. That makes so much more sense, Driver, when you were like, you need to put Luminas on. I was like, I like the ones that I have. Okay, now I can go in here. Well, no. Is there anything out here in the open that I can fight? Throw hands? So do we ever find out why Lune just floats around? It's the first time here? I revived the sacred liver. I'm only 5.8 hours old. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Whoa, hello. You're a fun-looking bunch. Unless you try to cause problems, we'll beat you up. Fun for me, but not for you. Noted. Miru? I'm a nice brush. Doesn't mean I wouldn't go for a nice little brawl. It's going to be like this everywhere. They all want to fight me, but they're like, but we won't.
It's really a village of Jestrels.
They seem better at surviving than humans.
I don't know where to start.
Intelligence is not a prerequisite for survival on the continent. Now to find the chief's house. Probably the biggest
The one that says chief, right? Chief house right there, you mean? How's it I swear it enter the arena as soon as I turned 30. My birthday was yesterday. I'm sorry, I'm so nervous to start pulling all my bristles out. I'm too young. You got lovely bristles too, I understand my pain. That's so funny. He says my hair is nice. Hello. Durkee. I like looking at the ground all day. Whatever floats your boat. I don't have a boat. Never mind. There isn't an area you can't come back to? Well, that's good. Oh my god. It's amazing, then it's useless. Alright, have a good day. Pleasure doing business with you. I think beatdown is an order. Joining the Gestral Bazaar? Yes. Well, oh, it's okay. No, it's good. Tell him it's good. Why are you desperate for clients? They're just dead. I have some useful items for you. Jujubri. Oh, I love him. Okay. Oh yeah. Polished chroma catalysts. How much do I have? I have monies. I got monies. Okay. Ooh, that's kinda... Alright, fight the merchant. Let's go. We're fighting the merchant to get a better deal. Oh shit, who do I pick? Let's pick my boy. Oh. Okay. Guess I was a little off. That was too early. Okay. I will figure it out. That was early. Okay, the fuck. Okay, the fuck. I'm too early. I'm too early. I can't read him. I'm too early every time. I don't know what my problem is. I can't fucking dodge him. Or counter him. Is what I meant to say, counter him, but... Okay. Oh, finally.
Let me paint death!
I could not get his timing down. That was crazy. What is this? Demonam? What is that element? Interesting. What is that? Such a Gustav weapon. It is. Look at that. Ew. Ew, it's a hand. Why are they so ugly? Like, why are they so ugly? That one's like, that's not terrible, but... Ugh. Ugh. Ugh, I said. Oh, sorry, I missed it. Sorry, I missed it. All writings of relics of mysterious beings believed they're the ones Verso referred to as Lemurians. They are not a myth. Though my searching days are long past, I'm grateful for all the new searchers who helped this old Gestrel add to the marvelous and definitive collection of Lemurian writings. Fascinating. Don't worry, I'll wait. Alright, there's way too many to talk to. I'm a little overwhelmed. A little overwhelmed. Oh. Excuse me? No, we fight now. We fight now. Oh my gosh, look at him.
Ready to parry.
Oh, okay. Too early? That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
On guard. Flames. On me. Ready to parry.
Okay. I was late. I will figure it out. Guys, I will figure it out.
A storm is coming.
A storm is coming.
Feel the burn.
Oh shit, I missed the second one. Oh. Goodbye? Hey, pretty convenient. They're a vendor now. Look at that. Wow. Wow. He happens to just be a vendor now. Healing mark. What? Recover 25% of health? But marked enemy? Hell fucking yeah. Is that a Hyoke? Is that a Hyoke? Alright, but now I have to put it on. Gustav. Gustav. Alright, how do I undo? Wait, where is it? Wait, is that a thingy thing? It's a pick toss. It's a pick toss. A pick toss. Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. Let's go. How do I level these up? How do I level these up? It said you have to beat battles with them on, but like, I've been beating battles left and right. Whoa! Can I open this? What? 0 out of 10. Do not recommend this game. Returning it. What you got? What is that? An outfit for Gustav? And a haircut for Gustav? What's this? Alright, I need more money. I need more money. It's important. Arena. No, let's go to Chief's house. Wait, I saw it before when I came in. No, I'm lost. Oh no, I'm lost. Wait, what are you? You look like you sell something. Registration? I didn't want to register for the tournament anyway, so... Hello? Hello? Oh my gosh, this bitch got more. Okay. Let's go vitality. Okay. Learn skills. How come she got stuff? Okay, whatever. Did I rest? I don't think I did, but it's fine. Hello? Oh, hi. How are you? Hello. Test your might. Huh? You get one hit. If you deal 9,999 damage, you win a prize? No. You're the most boring person ever? No, I'm like level 10 and I can't deal 10,000 damage. Silly. Silly. Chief house. Oh, Chief house this way. Gestural Bazaar. Chief house? No, this was entrance. Oh, Chief house. Wow. See, I told you I saw it when I first fucking came in. Oh. Oh, they're doing push-ups. I thought they were worshipping. That's kind of even funnier. Hello. Are you chief?
Malito de warrior.
So you're the warriors who demolished our ultimate Sakapatate.
It wasn't that strong.
Naru, porque tuve mi respecto. Mi cosuli?
Are you the chef?
Gorogito bota? Un poquito luego mari? Dumba kaka expedition.
Golgra.
There are so many questions I'd love to ask.
We need to get to the Paintress. Noko said you could help us cross the sea.
Humano. Pincorinco tempentres.
Still so obsessed with the Paintress.
Others have passed through here.
Oh my gosh, that felt so great.
Dumba kaka expedition.
Fewer expeditions every few years, hard to keep track. Do you not have your own boat? How did you get here in the first place?
A white-haired man destroyed it.
And you survived. I respect.
You know him?
He attacked the village once. Some of us survived somehow. Okay, you have no boat. In that case, your best bet is Esquier. Esquier. If you ask nicely, maybe Esquier can take you across the water.
So Esquier exists?
Of course. Esquier lives not far from here. You need a password.
Why?
But Esquier could also accidentally eat you, okay? Doesn't know its own strength. That's so funny. Be irresponsible to let weaklings visit Esquier.
We already defeated your ultimate Sakapatat.
Not good enough. Let's enter a legendary tournament to get the password, okay? Just roll away. They are old, so it should be easy. This is tournament. Let's see what you can do. You'll fight the stranger, okay?
The stranger?
Okay, enough talk. Go fight. Okay, that's not ominous at all. You wanna go? I'll go to the arena directly. Let's go. Let's go. No procrastinating. Okay. We have to enter the tournament. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Okay. Count us in. It's one-on-one fights only. Okay. Okay. So you you go one person per fight per boss. All right. Fuck, we're not healed. Hold on. We're not healed. I didn't rest. I thought I rested, but I guess I didn't. Where's the closest thing? Here, literally right here. Okay. Hello, I'm back. All right. Let's just start with Luna. It's fine. We'll just go one at a time. I was gonna go with my boy, but we'll save him for last because he's the best.
I'm ready.
Oh, that was a guess. Okay.
A storm is coming. Feel the burn.
Oh, okay. Too early, I think.
A storm is coming.
Too late, maybe. Oh fuck! I fucked it up. I don't know how I like accidentally hit the button twice.
A storm is coming.
I am not doing well. Like I know I just beat this guy, but I'm not doing well, like in terms of my dodging and stuff. Keep moving. Going EP? Okay, Nikki. We're probably only gonna go until like 12-ish, give or take. Oh, I was way early on that one. Way early.
Feel the burn. I'll do it.
Okay. Nice. Okay. He jumps down and then he slams. Oh, I was early. Okay. Bunny burn. Okay. You won. Wow. Next time will be so easy. Matthew the Colossus. Let's go with Luna again. Okay. Oh, he's got a blade for a hand. Oh, I was very slow on
Let
that.
me flow. I'm ready.
Got that one. Ooh.
Let us stain them. Ready to evade.
That was a different
Let the
attack.
ink flow.
Easy. Oh, is this the mysterious warrior? Oh! Hey, it's Scar Girl. Yeah.
Wait, that's...
Ciel?
Ciel.
What? How? You guys? You're alive! I thought I was the only one left. I knew you were resourceful.
How did you get here?
Hell yeah.
You're expecting a bit of a show.
No, come down and fight.
Are we?
Woo! Woo! Okay. Okay, okay. I will learn that shit. Okay. Sheesh.
Take them down.
Okay. Holy shit. Okay. That's okay. Okay. Oof. Sorry, CL. That was a little mean. Sorry. That was a little disrespectful. Gustav wins. Let's go.
Well, that wasn't so bad.
Yeah, it really just felt like beating old people.
So it wasn't so bad.
Am I one of those old people?
One day, I hope. Hey, how'd you end up here?
Oh, after the beach, I ended up in an odd yellow forest, not too far from here. Had to dodge a few Nevrons, but luckily I met a Gestrel who guided me here. What about you?
I like the little bracelets.
Well, I woke up next to a waterfall and...
We can talk later. Let's get back
The
to
music
Golga.
just cuts off. Oh my gosh, that's funny.
No time to lose.
That was very funny. He like went to go tell like a dramatic story and the music got all dramatic and she was like, anyway, shut the fuck up. Sure, let's play CL's tutorial, okay. Okay. Oh, that was early. Nope. apply and consume foretel on enemies. Skills that apply foretel generate sun charges. Skills that consume foretel generate moon charges. Oh. CL starting skills are Focus Foretel and Twilight Slash. Focus Foretel applies 5 foretel and generates 1 sun charge. Start by Focus Foretel, okay.
Here's your card.
I'm too early on that. I don't know what I'm doing. He's given 1 sun charge applies. Okay. CL gets bonus effects while sun charge and moon charge. Active sun charge, gain 1 AP per foretel. Gain 1 AP, okay. Twilight Slash consumes all foretel on the target to increase its damage. It also generates 1 moon charge. Focus Foretel applies 5 foretel to the target. With 1 sun charge, will give her back 5 AP. Okay.
I saw your future.
Take your shot.
Why am I so early on that shit?
I'm waiting.
There it is. Okay. Start of her turn. If she has both a moon and a sun charge, she consumes them to enter Twilight for 2 turns. During Twilight, she applies double foretel. Maximum amount of foretel is increased from 10 to 20. Damage increased. Try to make the best use of Twilight to maximize foretel. I don't understand that the fuck at all.
I saw your future.
I don't understand. I'm sure I'll get it over time, but I don't understand her shit at all. Okay, now what? Oh wait, now I have to go back to the main guy, right? Oh wait, or the arena? Am I done in the arena? Oh no, I have to talk to this guy now, right? Hello. Well done. Are you ready? Your password is? Get out of my way.
Get out of my way.
No way.
Very gesturelish. As loud as we can. Got it.
Thank you for everything.
Time to die. Okay.
Gestural positivity is so heartwarming.
Open the back door. Let's go.
Thanks, Chef.
Can I fight her? No. Nah, I'm not going to. I don't want to be disrespectful. I don't want to be disrespectful. So, where do I go now then? Jousting. Oh my gosh, is that what they're doing? They're jousting? That's so funny. Okay. How leave now? I don't feel like healing people today. Guess they will all die then. Yeah, it's no big deal. I ate a lot of Nevrons. Just kidding. My bones grow every day. Holy shit. I feel the excruciating pain in my bones pushing the boundaries of my flesh. Every day I wish I was not born to suffer like this. Same. So one day I decided I don't want anyone to suffer the way I do. Harder than anyone to become a doctor. Even if there's no competition here because everyone is dumb, I pushed myself through self-discipline and I saved more than 10,000 of my fellow guests. Suffering inside like no one else in this world. Don't tell me who you are. Because the most horrible thing you've gone through in your life, I go through every day. Okay, sorry. Honestly, same mood. What's this? 52!
52nd expedition. Man, I could barely think straight. Hulking just shot broke my skull. What the fuck kind of friendly fight was that? Oh, I'm bleeding out, but their medic is bloody useless. He just keeps telling me about his bone problems. But I'm gonna die here, aren't I?
Putain! It's my new favorite word. Poutine? No, pouton. Pouton! How the fuck do I leave? Sir, please help me out. Please help me leave hell. Turn back. No. I will not. Is this a Casino? I'm classy, I'm elegant, and yet they treat me like a monster. That's impressive. Full of casinos and everyone listen to jazz. Oh my gosh, let's go to the Casino. Oh wait, what's this?
Well, that will help.
What is it? Literally, it just says game club. No, I want to go in. Do you like to gamble? Yes. Let's say every time I hit, I have a 50% chance of dealing. Every time I hit, I have a 50% chance of dealing 100% more damage. What are my chances of dealing more damage in the long run? Okay, every time I hit, I have a 50% chance of dealing 100% more damage. What are my chances of dealing more damage in the long run? Hi Ray, welcome in, thank you. Same chance? No, incorrect. Higher chance. Okay, lower chance. No, I didn't do that! Come on. Lower. Oh my gosh, is it literally I don't care? It doesn't matter because it just makes things more thrilling. Every hit has 15 chance to like 50-200% of its. That's so funny. Oh my gosh. The correct answer is I don't give a fuck. Oh wait, what's over here? Can I go over here? Oh hey. Oh hey. Sir, you look very comfortable. Over there is the you don't want to go in there. Alright, you guys are just haters, okay? Haters. Drink your haterade in peace. Help! How do I get out? How do I leave? We need Gigi. I missed the shenanigans. It's been a day. It's been one day. Damn, you don't even want me for one day?
What have we here?
Lorenzio. I know, but you're like, oh, I miss Gigi. You know what would make this better? If Gigi was here. Oh, hi. There's a thing in here. There's a thing in there, but I guess not.
Perfect.
Is there fall damage? Is there fall damage? It won't let me fall. It won't let me fall. Tried really hard and it would not. Okay. How do I get out of here? Wait, this also says turn back? Why? Oh, what's this? Hi. This is a secret place. We saw this door before. These doors are all over the continent. What's with the huge manor? You've been inside? Oh, you've never teleported to the ominous, perfectly maintained manor? It's never opened before, not for us gestrels. Wow. Wow. All right, can I go inside? Oh my gosh, I can go inside the creepy house. Oh my god, I'm in the kitchen this time. What? I'm in the kitchen this time. Are you not playing the game, driver? What's going on? Oh, shit. Wait, there was something to interact with. I just saw. Where'd it go? Here it is. I just did a secret something? What did I just do? Something just did something when I touched that. I don't know what it is. But this door doesn't want to open yet. See, I interacted with this and it made something do something. Go walk around and see, but I don't even, like, I wouldn't even be able to recognize if anything was different. Okay. Anything? Anything? Like, it had to be something. Like, it had to be something. Okay, this was her room. Mayel's room. None of this is open. Alright, let's go look above, maybe? And I have to pee again, but it's because I've been drinking so much water. Check below.
Seek fluid intake immediately.
No, I can't. Not more water. I have no idea. All right, I do have to pee though. I'm back. All right, I do not know. Excuse me. Excuse me. I do not know what that opened. I really don't. Weird. Fucking weird. Fucking weird. Okay, so I don't know how to get out of here. Like the village, I mean. I felt like when I came in, it was right in front of this. So this way? And then I just leave this way? Do I just leave this way, I guess? Back at camp. Oh, I guess I have to. I only have the one. Is this the Clair Obscur? This one? That song? That's such a vibe. Wish I understood French, man.
I still can't believe it. I lost hope after a while, but you also...
What was your plan? You had be a gestural champion until your gommage?
Well, it was a lot of fun, so yeah.
She's funny. I like her.
Maybe.
Pokemon rap music. She's very pretty too. They're all so pretty.
You okay? You've been quiet since we left the village.
Yeah, sorry. Just bad memories.
Wanna talk about it?
No.
No.
I'm glad you're here.
I would never abandon a member of Aquafarm 3.
Aquafarm 3.
Aquafarm 3.
That was so long ago. You and Sophie were inseparable on that project.
Aw, Sophie.
Yeah, we were.
That was a good project. It fed so many neighborhoods at once. Kind of nostalgic thinking back. We really thought we were making a difference.
Hey, we're still making a difference.
Yes. Of course.
Yeah.
I like that they just like wrap gold like cloth around themselves. Like she's just got like this like cloth like wrapped around her waist. Oh, Mako, how are you? Welcome in. Right in the journal. Writes about the Gestrels. He knows how happy his apprentices will be to learn that they exist. Oh, very cute. Very cute. How far have you gotten this game? I am still in Act 1. I just got CL. I'm at the Gestral village.
I can't believe it.
This is my first time playing, so I'm about 7 hours in.
The Gestrals and Esquier. The tales are true.
Do you feel something?
Is that the paintress? She looks kind of creepy.
White hair. Who are you?
Alicia, I told you to stay home. It's not good for you to see this. Yes, I understand. It's her fault, and she doesn't even know it. But you can't be here.
What are you talking about? What's my fault? What is this?
You should never have come. You're only going to make things worse for everyone. Now take your friends and go home. Let them spend their final year in peace. This is your only warning.
I can't wait to see.
Man?
Hey.
Hey.
Sam, I saw him. The white-haired man and this woman.
What did you see? Mael, breathe. Slow down. What did you see? Think carefully. Every detail could be important.
He said we need to go home and that it's my fault. And that I'm gonna make things worse for everyone.
Oh, Shadowheart.
I couldn't. It was like a waking nightmare.
It's okay.
What else? You said there was a woman.
Luna, maybe later.
She had a mask, and...
I know this is hard, but I need you to focus, okay? While the details are fresh.
Lune, ask for tomorrow. Hey, breathe. Listen to me. You're safe, do you understand? Okay? It's over.
What the hell? All right, 11:43. So we've got about 15 minutes left of stream. So how much can I like get done and explore? He's kind of close. He's really not that far, honestly.
Feeling better?
Yeah. We can debrief along the way. Let's head east to Esquier's nest.
Oh, this is open now. Okay, is there anything I can fight along the way? There's that. Oh, we fought these guys already. Let's fight these guys for some more XP. Before we go, because I don't want to get into like a story right now. totally didn't want to hit any of my dodges. Ka-chow!
Flames on me.
Brace yourselves. Danger!
I feel like I have a problem with the slams. Like, I always miss the slams. Defenseless. Defenseless. Maybe that was a little too easy. Oh. No, we got some level up. Okay. Can we go over here? Oh wait, isn't this the coral stuff? Yeah, this is the water. The water. Right. Right. Flying waters. Go over here? You can't jump in the overworld. Okay. Totally. What's this? Hello? Not lost, though I could go back to Sister sometime. You seem pretty lost. You stayed at camp. There you go. Aww. Now we have a little friend. Wait, what's this? Eski's nest. Eskia's nest. Esquia's nest. Let's ooh, who's that? Is that is he fightable? Are you a fighter? No, you're not. You have a good deal? Yeah, what do you got? Oh my god. I need all of it. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna be so handsome. Oh my gosh, I'm so handsome. What about short hair? Okay, Robert Pattinson. That's fucking Robert Pattinson, man. You're never beating the allegations. And just saying. Just saying. Just saying, you're never gonna beat the allegations of being Robert Pattinson. Skills. Wait. Time to hop in the bed? Oh my gosh. We're almost done for the day, driver. You're not gonna be missing anything, don't you worry.
Take him down.
Don't you worry.
Feel the burn.
Let's spill some ink. Let's spill some ink. Flames. On me.
Brace yourselves.
Nice.
Danger. Let me explode.
Let me explode. Is that what she said?
Feel the burn.
Feel the burn. we continue. Lancer-Ram to level 6. That's pretty cool.
Great.
The Ruler Ram. I probably should not be going this far off, like, course. Wait, how do I get there? Is that the same guy? Whoa. There's no way I can beat that guy. I can already tell just by looking at him. I'm gonna figure out where... Ooh, there's a thing over there too. Hold on. How do I get over there? Will all this stuff move away, like, as I progress? Like, all these rocks and stuff? I'll betcha. Cause look, man. All the, yeah, I bet you these rocks move away as you progress, or you get a way to move them. Cause I can't go over there. Yeah. I'll betcha. I'll betcha. Okay, well, guess we're calling it just a couple minutes early because there's really not much more to do right outside of continue. So I'll save right now. Go to sleep. Yeah, I don't want to start the next story session, story mission, story part, you know? I guess I just do quit. No, return to title. There we go. Okay. All right. Let's see. Let's see if there's anybody on that we could toss a raid to. I know I don't raid as much as I used to, but like, none of my friends are on late anymore. Or people that are on, I'm just like, Victoria's playing Borderlands 2. We haven't raided Victoria in a hot minute. But it's okay. It's okay. It was a long stream. It was an 8-hour stream today, guys. 8-hour stream. Yeah, let's toss you. I'll toss you guys to Victoria. Just so I don't look like a bad streamer. Alright. Gonna send you over to Victoria, who's playing some Borderlands 2. I haven't decided if I want to play this tomorrow or if I want to start Red Dead 2 tomorrow, but I think I'll probably play this tomorrow. Honestly. Woo! Alright, guys. You know what to do. Let's go do the thing. You like long streams with Pink? Well, you just like any stream. Let's be real. All right, guys, go hang out with Victoria. Go say hello, all that jazz. Yeah, hopefully, as long as the day doesn't go crazy, shitty, crazy, then I should be live tomorrow, but it always depends. Depends on work, depends on tired, all that jazz. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you.